So many notifications. I do believe my co-star may be trapped in the Shadow Realm. Oh no, we'll see if he comes over to this channel or if I need to go over there. Woo! Let me go refill my coffee. Stand up.
Very cool spinner rack.
This is so weird, actually, like, getting an opportunity to do full body green screen. Well, it's not full body, but it's full character body, because I never actually, like, record anything in that manner. It's always, like, just my collarbone from up. And I never get to show off this avatar. Why is the audio link turned off? That should be running. Stand up.
Very cool spinner rack.
This is so weird, actually, like, getting an an opportunity to do full body green screen. Well, it's not full body, but it's full character body, because I never actually like record anything in that manner. It's always like just my collarbone from up. I never get to show off this avatar. Why is audio link turned off? That should be running. Excellent. Game is up. I still appear to be in a different chat room. I wonder if I can. Oh, I can steal Koi. That was rude of me. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I
Hi,
didn't ask your warning, or I didn't warn you, but I'm sorry. That's a neat thing I can do, though. I didn't know I could do that.
You can. What can you do?
You were in collab planning. I just moved you into Stream Voice.
Oh. Oh, nice. Oh, goodness. You know what that's done? I need to fix this. This what?
Oh. I see. My apologies. Like I said, sorry for not warning you.
That's part of my thought. Now, I think you appear. Yeah, you appear on mine. Surprise! Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Yes,
Da, 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 da,
you can
da,
set
da,
a
da, da.
default sound to be your from the Discord
Mhm.
soundboard for when you join. Hi,
Very cool, so
welcome to sudden
So weird,
Saturday
actually,
stream. Hi, welcome, greetings.
Wait, am I hearing myself? Oh, I see what's going on here. I
You
have my
click your own.
video player not muted because I was doing VOD editing. So I'm like, where am I hearing myself? Because it's not what I'm saying right now. It's a separate conversation from a different time in a different mood. So I'm like, where is that? Where do I have that tab open? Ooh. Yeah, so
Surprise! Was
I
that where
went.
you're hearing the extra sounds from?
Yeah, I had multiple tabs open. I need to see about doing a one-on-one with you after stream at some point to make it so both our VTubers can be on screen at the same time, because I can help with that. Boing.
Oi.
All right. I'm assuming I'm sitting at close enough to 0. We'll hit games here. Wop wop wop.
Yeah.
And
Kingdom 2 Crowns continues with the two king and
multiplayer.
queen.
Play game.
They're connecting.
Whoa.
Now to work out where we were and everything.
Yeah. Also, I still have crazy music playing. There we go. Okay.
Hello.
Wow, I'm like trying to pull up maps. I'm trying to use like middle mouse click and stuff. There's so much that I do not have in my head anymore on how to play this. What island are we on? We are...
Good question.
Okay, we're on the last island, it looks like? No, we're on the 4th island. Okay. And we haven't taken out any of the cliffside portals yet.
Right.
But we just got redstone.
Come. Boy bouncer.
Hoi is such a fun thing to learn. For a minute, I was actually doing Hoi dancing using signal flares, and not a good idea, by the way. Like, I have permanent scars from the magnesium burns. Do not do that. Do not recommend. But glow sticks on streams, on the other hand, much safer and teaches you the basics of what you need to know.
Are you sure
Okay.
we haven't taken out the left side? Okay.
Yeah,
We're taking out
there's
some, I'm pretty sure.
portal on the right as well.
Okay.
Looks like it's about to be nightfall.
Mm-hmm. No, not Sandy hurting. No hurt to Sandy.
Aw. Yeah, no biggie. That was a long time ago now. My avatar is in a weird spot. One sec.
So I've also managed to get a connection between VC Face and the Twitch integrated throwing system. So now my model reacts
Yes.
when fish are thrown.
Good. I want to figure out. Oh, I see. Okay.
Do you support the LGBTQIA?
I don't know how to pronounce the first part of your name, Bear Fan, but I mean, yeah, if you take a look at the tag, kind of obvious. Oh, I see. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that.
That poor rabbit.
That rabbit just get vaporized.
The rabbit took a boulder to its face.
Oh
It
no.
landed right on it. Oh my. And the rhythm is you support. I follow. I
Hey
do
there,
also
NNK.
support. NNK. Hi, NNK.
Yeah,
United we are stronger.
Koi's got an amazing voice.
Thank you. Quick is the bear fan. That's my guess. Okay. Okay. Spend a little upgrading that for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw some coins into getting archers because we got all these peasants just walking around out here.
Oh, lots of peasants. What is this game? This game is Kingdom Two Crowns, where you play as a monarch.
Koi_Thorn, if you want to go follow him. Also, if you look at the stream title, you can just click on the link there. It should take you to his stuff.
I too should also have Sandwife's stream tagged.
Yeah.
Have some gold, Taxman. Awesome.
All right.
I've got a couple of peasants coming over for bows, so I'll
Yeah, most likely.
refresh them when they come over.
Oh, the lizard's
Got
on
one
their way
running
over. Let's see here.
Yeah, that works. That works.
There you go.
This is a 2D side-scrolling. Hey, you found me. Very nice.
Oh, Zax is playing Only Move is Hustle. That game looks interesting, but I don't want to get locked into playing anime chess.
Thank you for following there, Quick. Nice. Scared it closer to the archers.
Hell yeah.
Better do it faster, makes us stronger more than ever. Hour after, the old work is never over. Double, triple, whopper. Gold. Double, triple, whopper. I never remember the script properly. Oh. Okay. Archers are all heading back into the walls.
Yeah, my engineers are heading back in. I'm getting way too many coins
Say
thrown
this
at me
guy.
right now. I'm gonna throw some spears in here. Can always use them.
Boulder.
Dang, those fire barrels really do their work.
Bouncing the bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, I think we could probably take out that left one. I send out a party.
Yeah, I'm gonna send out a war party now that the initial raid's over, so prepare for double retaliation when they get done. Here we. Looks like I have 2 knights on this side.
While that's going, I'll put this up too. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was a VA request. Bouncing the bounce, bounce, Juffa bounce.
I love the cheerful piano music in this. It's so nice.
Hmm. Yep, so this is this portal. Or is it a portal? I think it's a portal. Yes, it's a portal. Okay. Let's go.
Oh wow, knights against the small portals is like nothing.
Nice.
Alright. Cleared that one. I realize I don't have the dog. They got stolen. Oh,
Wait.
the griffin is here. Interesting.
Why is this guy running out to the west?
Maybe a tree got set to cut.
Oh, here comes retaliation.
Alright. Yeah, I'm making my way back too. I grabbed some deer to come with. Uh-oh. Who got... Oh, I see.
My crown. Oh no.
Unyo. Hey farmers, hand me some gold if we're gonna need it. Hell yeah. These deer getting destroyed. Which fortifies my knights. In the house that Koi built. How you doing over there? It seems like they're only on that side.
I got back in the walls, but they got my crown.
Alright.
Ooh,
We'll be able to
that's
reforge
not
it.
good.
Alright, I'm gonna start making bows for people to run back to. And I don't yet see...
Ooh, that's another one going down.
Okay. I see spears
Losing a
here.
lot on the left side.
Yep. Fortifying is more spears. Oh yeah, we just lost a big wall. Alright.
Losing a big portion of this army too.
Huh?
Burger will chomp on them.
Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate the support.
Kitaro.
I'm just gonna keep hiring more archers to defend as we go.
Yep,
So we're just gonna
yep.
keep losing them.
We're losing that left wall.
That's all right. Just gonna keep buying
We're just about to
archers.
the castle now. Whoa.
Kind of wish I had the griffin right now. Oh, that's your crown. I see. I don't have enough coin. Uh,
God,
give me.
keeps coins, but I got.
All right. Well, there goes my crown. Okay. Everybody get on the boat. Fortify the boat as a turret. Grab some money from these folks.
What out here?
Nice.
This bear just doesn't run far.
The bear can be used to attack.
Can too. Hurry.
Do you have any coin?
Yes.
If you bring him to the boat, we can escape. Oh, we're out of here.
Away. Escape.
We live to die another day. Let's see. I'll let you decide where we're heading.
Right. Button press. What would you suggest?
We could go further. We can push further and get like whatever quick development we can done in the new area. It'll be tough, it'll be high level, and we will probably lose the crowns, but it'll at least get our foothold on that island.
All right. We'll try that then.
Another day to die.
Right.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. All right, head into the middle of town here and hope there's any coinage whatsoever, and there isn't. Oh, I guess I have to lead deer over here. Okay.
I'll come over. I should be able to start it off.
Okay.
I'll hit you all
I
gently.
don't think you can because you don't have a crown.
Oh. Well, I can at least give you money.
Yeah. Found a gem chest. I'll grab it. May as well. My pocket's empty anyways. Knight's Blessing. We'll need coins for that, but that'll come in handy. And then the first portal. Okay. So you got 2 camps. Plus the actual town. Nice. Okay.
Okay, that's all I had, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's... We'll see. Okay. There we go. Come here.
Oh,
There you go.
that's how.
Nice.
Or Bunny. I'm sorry, Bunny.
This first night is gonna be terrible. I'm gonna ride west and see if I can find anything useful. Oh, there's the unicorn tree.
What does the unicorn do?
Uh, literally, it shits gold.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even joking. That is its special power. Like the way that the bear can attack, that's its special ability. It can do so like every however many times per day.
It's eating my kind. No. Oh, hello.
Orga, are you a bunny? Or a deer?
They are very bouncy.
Uh-oh. I hear combats. Oh no.
I got it back.
Ooh. How many knights are
That's
our
very good.
knights only on one side? Oh no, our knights are only on one side. I
Bouncy
thought
as
we
well,
had.
as my Discord is Bunny. That's the nickname.
Ah.
Right.
I can't believe it's been
Raising.
5 months since I made. Wow. Okay. Wait, did you attack the greed?
Yes.
Nice.
Hang on. Couple more.
I heard that. Where did it go? Thank you for the follow, Borger.
Bugger.
Okay. I'm gonna wait to give you your crown back until we can settle.
That's a pretty good idea. I can at least be safe enough to attack
Yeah,
them to a
you can.
degree.
Yeah, it means that I'll have to do all the construction, but the town's small right now, anyways. And it's still letting you throw coins down, which, like, previously it wouldn't do that.
At
Ah,
least collecting
fellow
them as well.
Jufa enjoyer. I see.
Yes. Very bouncy.
Nice. Oh, dang. Alright. I'll go do some upgrades. Jufa bounce, bounce,
Jufa bounce,
bouncies.
Jufa bounce. Truth abounds.
Okay. Um,
Oh, there's
this,
a
this.
chest.
Ah, yes, red chest.
A portal has opened up. Juice abounds. Juice abounds. Juice abounds. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Boing, boing, boing. Boinga, springa.
I love that there's a mushroom next to this creek. These mushrooms look good.
Mushroom.
They look meaty, like in a tasty way. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I see you're looking cute today as well as every day. I'll say.
Nightfall is upon us.
I have a collection of coins.
Yay. Got another deer here. Let's see. Upgrade this to the next level. More archers. We'll need to do... Oh, hey, nice. Okay, get this going.
Suppose I'll head on this way again. Okay, you're beautiful, just like a painting I can't touch.
Oh, jeez. I just watched you take 3 damage like it's nothing. It's amazing. Turbo Bear.
Yum, 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 yum. Munch, 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 crunch.
Eat the greed.
Thank you, Bogger. Una, brother. Thank you. You're quite beautiful yourself.
Some 3 a.m.
breakfast
breakfast chompers. That's a reminder I have big sandwich to enjoy. Thank you. Let me know when you want your crown back. I think we're getting to a point where... Well, I guess I should hire... Because the cost of that is like 2 farmers. I should get 2 farmers going. And probably...
How many gems did you need for this statue?
I already paid that. I just need the coins for it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Chom chom.
But we have to have knights for it to even matter. And we only have 1 right now. Let's see.
Crunch, crunch.
1 coin off.
I got a coin, if you're here.
So I also should be working on... There's a creek right here. Clearing the trees to get to the creek will also net me some coins. Let's put some right next to the outer wall. Okay. This
Farmland.
way. Not yet. Ah! I keep being one off. Nice. You and your rabbit slaying. Okay. Does that get us? Will that give us the farming tools? Hopefully.
Nighttime is coming.
The night has fallen. Yep, there it is. Good. First farmers.
Ka-tink, 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 ka-tink.
Okay,
Nice.
cool. That gives us 2 farmers.
Still an extra peasant here. But I can do some damage. At least
Yeah,
some damage.
it's really like I never would have thought about having only 1 crown forged at once, so you could have a war regent. Nice. Is that enough? It's not quite. Oh, need 2 more. Let's see if we can get a deer. Yeah. There you go. Nice.
Yay. Watch as I lose it the next night.
Yeah, let's try to avoid that.
Chomp chomp.
Chomp chomp! Beautiful sounds of bird.
Caw, caw.
Oh, no deer. 1 deer. 2 deer. 3 deer, ha ha ha. Okay, that's 9 gold. Coming back to town with me.
Okay. Nice that you activated. And that's beautiful. Gentle, calm stream of water.
Yeah. Nice. The other deer just didn't come back. I guess that works. Alright, time to hire a bunch of more farmers.
Oh no, I probably should have saved that for the next day.
I guess I'll put those into the unicorn.
Right, is this a calm night?
It's a full moon. It should be a difficult night,
Oh,
but it,
okay. Let it be
speaking
now,
of,
base.
ooh,
Brought food, but I ate it while I was walking upstairs, so now I only have a coffee.
smart.
Smart.
Have some
Coffee.
Archie. Everybody drinking coffee, 'cause it's so
I do. Make
tasty.
some more coffee. Like you have some cookies. I have some cookies I can eat. From McDonald's Land Cookies. And this one is a burger.
I'm going silent so I'm not making crinkling
Mistake,
noises on my aluminum foil sandwich wrap.
This is. I don't know what this one's meant to be.
Unicorn is 12 coins. Oh, nice.
Like a pickle in a swim ring. Look at
Yeah?
that rain. That's what it looked like.
Pickle in a swim ring.
Hmm. Wow, coffee's like my
Coffee.
90% of a day.
Oh, gee.
Coffee. Green tea. I see you have this side under control. 2 new peasants.
Mhm. Coming back with like 5 deer.
Nice. I'm at the unicorn. Oh, the portal is open. Yeah, I got a couple of them. Green tea is fine, but strawberry tea is so yummy.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I got at least 3 of them, maybe 4.
Nice.
And that one was caught by the archers. So, yeah, another 12 or so gold.
Got another city upgrade. Gonna buy some more farmers. And that is all my money.
Night to time. Make sure I don't accidentally.
Stand outside.
No, there's a mound in the middle of the farm. I'm like, no, I don't want to upgrade that because that would
Mm-hmm.
not look good. You've already done that upgrade. Bunch extra archers. My time's scary. What do you think cow for, Sandy?
I have the majestic deer mount. It shall protect me.
This one's cheeseburger.
Ooh. Cheeseburger cookie.
Mm. Nighttime's ending.
Yep.
I have a variety of
Uh-oh. Blood moon.
of teas and coffee sachets and so forth.
We should fortify the outer walls as best we can. Majestic deer, call it the pet. Cute. Oh, nice. You got the paladin upgrade.
Mm-hmm. Need to make sure I make it past that portal before night time. Crunch, crunch, munch, crunch.
Oh, is it that
Yellow
audible?
green.
It's me eating lettuce.
Oh no. I was
Oh,
feeding my bear.
gotcha.
Oh well. Yeah. What? No. No, you're not supposed to come for me. Take that. Go away. Ah, okay. They run to that portal.
I do not think we're gonna make it through this blood moon. But we at least got the starting city built and some farmland put together, so like coming back here is gonna be a lot easier. I'm gonna try and upgrade
In the
the
portal.
outer wall on the
Heretics.
western side.
I'm coming back with some money.
Yeah. Oh. It begins.
In the portal. What kind of heretics? Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
That's
yep. With wooden walls. We're doing this with wooden walls. Go archers! Go archers! Go archers! Uh-oh.
yeah. They're
Uh-oh.
gonna.
Go archers! Go archers!
Oh, killed it. Okay, Brown was there. Nice. Well, it was there.
Sending these guys to go attack a portal with the last of their strength. Because the island's going down. They're just standing there punching you. You might be able to just kill them.
So they gradually.
Yep.
Oh, hey, there's stuff I can do here. Step in the back. out these cities.
Ooh, ooh, big sippy.
Hey, you kill them.
You did? Nice.
And now my crown is like fucked and my screen is stuck here. Was here briefly. Wow, we survived that.
Not only that, we're actually about to defeat this portal. So much for the peaceful day.
At least that's one portal down.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, and good morning in-game as well as IRL. Oh, Yuna says, talking about majestic, I think you're majestic in my eyes.
Aw,
See you,
thank
Sam.
you.
I am very blessed to have met Sandwife.
Much the same with you. I'm so lucky to have met you.
I'm
And
lucky
to
to have
read.
met a lot of people around here.
Yeah. The community's been wonderful. There are so many people that we have to rehire from that fight. Holy cow.
Yeah, as soon as those two big ones died, like a whole city just expelled from inside them. A city of unemployed people, but still a city
Yeah.
of people.
There's like,
Also, what's going on with this portal? Is that bugged or what? Oh, no, here they are.
oh, yep, here's a retaliation. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Well, they're coming after me this time. They all just turn around?
Also, very lucky to have met every single person in here. As beautiful as friendship is, we are still growing together over time.
Yes. They're just attacking this wall for like no reason.
They're not even attacking the town, the city.
They're attacking the wall that I'm nearby. They're trying to get to me because I have the other crown.
How?
How?
They're not attacking our main town
Yeah,
at all.
yeah,
And
they
I
are.
can't attack them either.
They're on the other side of the wall to the right.
I mean, these ones over here, that are right in front of me.
Yeah, they're attacking to the right.
But these ones would normally be attacking the town city, town hall.
What is happening
But they're
right
not.
now?
They're
They're just
standing there.
repeatedly turning around on this side too. They get near me and then turn away. I'm just standing here. I'm not even doing anything. What what happened to our game?
Um,
Are you able to run over here and try to attack these?
I'm off screen now.
Okay. I'm waiting to see if you show up over here.
And it could be a while. You let me know when you see me.
I guess so. I'm not that far. I'm at like one of the encampments. I'm wondering if this is a disconnect. 'Cause this looks a lot like a disconnect. Oh, there you are. You're next to me now. Yeah, those are dying. You are killing the green. Okay, these ones are still
Okay.
hostile to me. Ah. Okay, I'm just gonna let it go. It was a battle well
I
fought.
don't think I can kill these ones.
That's so weird.
Yeah, these ones. Oh, no, some were taking damage there. How strange. They're
Okay,
still
so
spawning the small ones. Yeah, they're still spawning the small ones from these large guys.
yeah, I don't have my crown anymore. I can't do anything. What happened here?
Yeah.
Our game glitched.
Save and quit, you reckon?
Yeah, yeah, I'd say save and quit. Not sure what it's gonna do. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Just womp. Womp. Copious amounts of fish. Okay. Well, I can move around. Where are you? You're not even in the game yet.
Nope, I need to be invited.
Think. Think. Shit.
Oh, hey, they're all right here. Huh. Now it's a peaceful day
Yes,
again.
it appears
And
I can kill them.
our archers are just having a field day. These peasants are like, what is happening? Well, since I don't have a crown, I guess I'll go attract some deer from the other side of the forest. This game glitched hard.
Yeah.
We may have corrupted our campaign. They're trying to build an army. There are so many encampments on this island. It's pretty nice. Like if we can get a baker here, it'd be great.
Really is a very small amount of damage that I can do.
Yeah, but it is splash damage.
Hmm. Well, at least kill out the small ones easily.
Yeah. Like Big Greed have between 30 and like 90 health depending
One
on.
down.
Yeah, I was gonna say they have a lot of health. It takes a while.
Oh,
Hey, Dan.
hello, Dan. Oh,
Oh, welcome in, Raiders.
Dan. Hello, Carl. Cutie Calray.
Cutie
Hello, Kodiak.
Calraid. Hi, hi. How was
Welcome
stream?
to our completely enriched
Yeah,
campaign.
we have botched our campaign in the
Oh,
weirdest way.
Buster. We're rich. Thank you, Buster. Thank you very much, Buster.
Let's go look at the state of our city here. Goblins have infested the city. A bear is currently chewing on the goblins. Will our archers ever defeat the darkness? Witness the campaign.
I witnessed a campaign.
I've sent one peasant. Maybe they'll find a bow.
These greed aren't even attacking me.
First was
First was
boom.
boom, then pow, and then pew, pew, and then we are here. One more down.
Found another gem chest. Found some more
Probably
gear.
not worth opening that if we can avoid it.
Well, I made that mistake already.
Whoa!
I will spend it on this hermit.
What, you can spend it?
Oh no, I can't. Dang it. And that's okay. Well, I've collected all of the deer.
That's the end of those. And that
Oh
one died.
wow. I'm curious.
But now the sky is not clearing up.
Yeah, our game is
Oh, there we are.
ooh.
Pow! I
Hey.
am. Have you named the bear and the deer at all, or can you not put names on them?
There's no titling system in the game that I know of.
Yeah, how are we going to handle this from now? We can't
I
upgrade
don't
anything.
I have no idea.
This
I can
normally doesn't happen, does it?
No, I've never seen this error. It looks like a disconnect error, but like we started a new session that should have fixed it and it didn't. So now yeah. Uh hmm.
I mean, I just did, but
We may have borked our campaign. I'm not entirely sure what to do when this happens.
hmm, we
Yeah,
can collect gold.
we did end
Can't
up
be
restarting
attacked.
the game. That was the thing, like that would normally be my solution on this, but yeah, that didn't work.
Gems.
All four of them. Well, I don't know. Do you want to start a different campaign?
I suppose that's what it's going to have to take.
I guess so. Hmm. Do you want to continue this as Kingdom Classic, or do you want to try one of the other expansions?
Um. Hi, liar. Um.
Layafe.
Also known by another name. I don't know if Laia wants to be named by that name.
Oh.
Slot 1, slot 2.
Beep,
So,
beep, 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 beep.
let's try something.
Yeah.
What we'll say is check if another save is the same. Let's Laia. So,
Leia. Okay. Understood.
so we started with this one.
We started with. Whoa, is that one locked? I didn't realize that Northlands was a paid content. We started with the classic one because we had just ordinary knights and no spells, no witches, no vampires. Because that's what the Bloodborne one is,
Laughing.
or Deadlands, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind starting over
All right,
on this one,
let's do it.
and not crashing down trees on.
Yeah.
It kept the connection.
It's showing the wrong monarchs for me. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
Yes. Quite man model is hard. And I am doing pretty well there. Leia.
I find gold.
Go. We're rich. Oh, wow.
We're rich.
Money.
Money. I find deer.
Okay.
I find archery
I'm doing
shrine.
well.
What else
How are you
finding?
doing today, Leia? Leia.
Leia.
Lily. There's a griffin. You can call me September still, if that's better. I can call you Leia.
I think the camp's the other direction.
Most likely. I'll head that way.
Okay.
So we're not just both going the same way and getting the same things.
I did just find another chest.
Game looks very pretty, yes.
It's so chill too. Wow, that is the third chest. I'm not opening the third one. But there is one to the
Maybe I
west.
should have come along anyway to get some of that
I'm
sweet,
sorry.
sweet gold. That's okay.
At least they're starting
Okay.
gold at the city. I should let my horse eat.
Oh, by the way, Leia, copious amounts of fish.
Copious. Watching your avatar just bobblehead around is great.
I was trying to work out why it wasn't connecting up. Never said hi. Look at that. The statues in the background. 2 crowns. Oh, wow, there's lots of gold over here. You didn't suddenly live around on the island, did you?
The first city always gives you 10 gold to start in case there aren't any chests randomly generated.
Ah, I see. The race is to ensure your crown. And I'm sorry, Go. I hadn't heard you. Hadn't. Oh, everyone's running off that way. Where are they going? Over here, okay. Of course.
We're about to hire so
Encampment
many
done.
archers. Yeah.
Oh, hey, look. Guess what's here? Archery.
This and this. This.
Yeah.
That's the last of my points. Incoming greed.
At least we have some archers.
Yeah. And we have a merchant.
Yes.
Heading east.
Ah, squats.
5 squats.
I can do that while we're doing it. Yuppie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All the redeems.
Hydration. Drink some water.
Day 2. I found the dock.
Nice. Nice. We got a grazing point for rabbits right in our base, right by our base.
Nice.
Also, that merchant better loan him some money. Fastest squats ever. Supposed to do them slow, or you won't feel the burn. Well, I don't think I've got any time limitation on them, so you could redeem like 5 or 6 of them. So I'm doing 30 squats in a go. Although that'd be quite expensive, wouldn't it?
Well,
Oh, Buster has
Busta!
subscribed for 5 months.
Thank you so much!
It says out of stock. What? What do you
And
mean
thank
out
you,
of
Milky
stock?
Taro,
What?
for the stretch redeem.
Oh, okay. I did put a time limit on them. Yeah, I like this music. This is good.
It's so jammy. Hiring 2 more engineers. Or at least making hammers.
Oh, no. Yeah, greed coming from the right.
Okay. Archer paying me. Okay. I want to say there's an encampment way off to the west. It's gonna take me some doing to get there. Cannot pay. Okay.
Glad these horses can gallop.
Yeah, they can
You got
go
free
quite a way.
wolves on the second day. Merchant's back too.
And we head even further out this way. Well, eventually, we get eaten by the greed.
Ka-chunk, ka-kunk, ka-kunk. I suppose it's one of the things I didn't want to be completely destroyed by, but not too many people end up redeeming the squats too often.
It sounds like a fun random challenge.
It used to be matching the squat redeems on Aki's stream for a while there. There were quite a lot of redeems. So I was doing, 80 odd for their stream,
Oh, wow.
matching it. Two of the days I was doing over 100, and there was that one night I went into VR and did a challenge where everyone was doing like 300 and I did 160. My legs were pretty
Ouch.
destroyed that day.
Yeah, that is the opposite of skipping leg day.
Yuna is going to be lurking a bit. Got exhaustingly tired.
Alright.
Yes. It's unfortunate that my streams end up being at such an unusual time for you.
I enjoy our
everyone,
collab
really.
days when we get the opportunity. It's nice.
Yes, it is.
Leg day every day.
Leg day every day. Yeah. It's
Leg day
so
every day.
when it comes to my job as a postie, when people quit the job or retire, they tend to put on a lot of weight very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a couple builders coming your way.
Oh yeah, I told him to cut a bunch of trees. Probably a bad time of day, but it took me that long to get out there, so we might lose some builders.
That's all right.
As long as
So
we get
yes, it being a postie is actually a very physical job. Um, if you don't accommodate for the diet,
Mm-hmm.
you can end up putting on a lot of weight. So when I do change jobs or leave that, I need to make sure I put in a lot of extra physical activity. Try to upgrade this wall. Nice. Every time I get home from work, I put on my VR and just go around bouncy dancing around, but end up doing lots of leg stuff. Ah,
That makes sense.
very nice, Una. I was meant to do some fitness stuff in VR regularly, but unfortunately I couldn't find appropriate amounts of time, and my index cable broke enough to be unusable. Looks like it's a pretty clear night, so
Yeah, I need to hire more people and let them need to stop refilling the bows for a bit so they can pick up sights instead.
so for this we need to not cut down the trees on either side of the merchant camp, right?
Yeah. Or
Is that the
any
same
camp,
thing for
really.
the other? Okay.
Yeah.
So how do we expand out to the right if we can't chop down the trees out that way?
We don't need to. There's only a cliff portal and a dockside portal on this map. Like, we've already got plenty of farmland. We've already got all the protection that we need. And if we decide to come back, we'll upgrade to stone walls with where we're already at. But basically, like, from this point, it's grab however many engineers and archers we want to take with us to the next island and fill our pocket bags. So we just basically need to keep hiring more peasants as we go and make a rush towards building the boat.
Okay. Suppose I'll.
Wait a second, is this classic still instead of Shogun?
Yeah,
This
still
is
classic.
oh okay. On uh when you were saying which one you wanted to play, there's a minor delay, so it was still highlighting the Shogun one when you said let's do this one. I was like, okay, cool. I figured we were doing a different campaign.
Oh.
I only just
Borgo's
now realized.
and doesn't like working out because you get easily squashed, Omega Love.
It's like listening to a music box for like however many hours when you play this game. It's so calming.
That's probably why I ended up playing it for like the 6 hours, 7 hours we went for.
Mm-hmm. Looks like my engineers finished cutting some stuff down.
Tracks, man. It's a very kind of relaxing game. Until you get like massive swarms of greed, but
Yeah. Yeah, punctuated by moments of sheer terror. That's this game, all right.
hmm
Or when the boar surprises you for the first time.
You warned me about that.
Mm-hmm. It was so funny watching Noms encounter the boar for the first time. I think it was the most legit scream I've heard out of him.
You're like, no, thank you. What was our goal? What were we trying to do at this
Boat.
point?
Boat.
Right. Earth real done at giving me nighttime. Grrr. Oh, who did that? The rotating heart emote for you?
Me.
You did? Oh, nice.
Yeah, I did all the every asset on my channel is all custom done, handmade by me. Like every single
Very nice.
asset. I would make the whole joke of like, "Hi, I'm an emote artist that's looking for work, and if you'd like to take a look at my," and so on. But like, I'm actually that person. I'm the actual person that the bot is imitating.
Okay, was the boat on your side or was it my side?
I think it's on the east. I've completely like
Oh, yeah.
spaced out every time that I've walked that jaunt. Did you skip a
What are you
frame?
doing? Maybe skip a frame. Yeah, bird's over here.
Okay. Huh? Got paid by an archer. Buy 2 more
Grrr.
science.
Run.
I don't know how much Discord actually like cuts the audio out of me making those noises.
Sometimes I wonder what gets cut out of mine. Sometimes I can do a sound and I think, oh yeah, it's got to be caught for sure, but it doesn't. And then I do something like, well, you probably only heard part of that. But yeah, it's twinkly.
I mean, in most cases, it's going to come through on OBS no matter what, because there's not much of a noise gate on OBS. But it'll not show up on Discord on like the other person's end in a collab situation.
Oh,
Oh no.
they're going to take our wood.
Oh yeah.
Is that just a
Oh,
small? Okay.
I forgot about that, that they can make the boat cost so much more because like initially 2 gold pays for like 10 pieces of lumber.
the moon progressing? Yes, it is. Yeah, there's only a total of like 3 then.
Very nice.
So that,
Moments where the bear would be a lot more useful.
Makes me hungry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring food noises. Munch, crunch, crunch. Oh.
Meow.
Meow. Cat is sleeping on chair.
Oh. Might be time for me to sit back for a moment and take care of my body. Wow.
I'm out of gold. I think we need a couple more pieces. Burger for real lurker now.
no.
Nice. Edge.
When did this happen? I apparently had, like, most of a joint here and I ran it over. I wonder how many of these bird noises are like the equivalent of stock bird sound. Like the specific set of sounds of these specific birds. Are these birds famous because they're like the most used birds in music? Dean Evanston audio and stuff, New Age, and whatever else. These birds might be famous and not even know it. People
That'd
don't
be
think of
quite a
me like
concept.
famous birds.
Caw.
Burger for real lurker, now eyes dead. Affirmative. Rest those eyes, soldier.
I'm going to wait till the next day to do the rest of that boat.
Yeah, I'm letting our farmers get some work done.
Burger says, "Love you, Sandy."
Aw, you too. Have a good night. Or good eye closing. Enjoy your stasis state. Okay. There's a certain
Enjoy
amount of
your
just
stasis. Enjoy your stasis. Enjoy your momentary low power mode.
power conservation mode engaged.
Warning, power low. Warning, engines shut down. Warning. Landing gear engaged. Looks like a peaceful night.
Engage the flat.
Warning, energy critical.
Warning, koi critical. Warning, warning, warning.
Critical levels of koi. Warning, critical levels of AU.
I'm gonna
All right.
run way off to the west and hire 2 more people.
Hey, look at that. 2 more people.
Don't want
Burger
to
don't
shut
want
off.
to
Need
shut
koi.
off. Need koi.
Aw. I cannot wait to get the other mounts unlocked. I do not like the Palomino.
It's the breed of horse, isn't it?
I believe, and I could be saying the wrong breed of horse. Milky Taro would know, or
Oh,
might, I don't know. They were able to identify the Riverdale horse, I think was the one in the Norselands pack. Also, I wonder if I host a game for Norselands, if it'll let you play.
hmm. A test could be in order.
Yeah, we might have to try that.
What's taking these builders so long? Have you stolen our builders?
Needs 2 more coins. Ah! I ran out of stamina at the wrong time. That sucked.
What happened? Oh, you took. How many hits did you take?
I just lost like 10 gold. Like the farmers will have more gold
Oh,
by the time I get back, but ugh.
what's money and moolah?
Mm-hmm.
Old
That's
hard cash.
that's 2 farmers worth of work. That's a lot of work.
Oh, okay. It's in the water now.
Nice. Now the engineers will have to wander over and do the push over to the dock. We should probably hire some spare engineers too, because we'll need them on the next camp.
Paid off those greed so we can get this going.
Yeah. I have to remind myself that this game allows you to do WASD or up, down, left, right without having to like do anything in the control menu.
Mm. Engineers got it to the dock. It's done.
Nice. Okay.
Merchant is returning.
Put 8 coins into this farm so we can get more farmers per farmland. Plus, it's right next to the city gate. Hey, listen what I say. I got your hand.
Extra archers as well.
Listen what I say. More I see, the less I know, the more I'm like let it go. Hey,
Money.
Right. Do you want to wait a day to have the farmers fill our bags or just push
Yeah,
on?
yeah, some extra money would probably be good.
Okay. Is there only 1 camp or 2 on the east side?
I think there's a couple, 3 or 4, actually.
Whoa. I didn't realize there were that many.
Maybe. I could be wrong, could be misjudging that.
Okay, there is 2 at least, because I just hit the second one.
Oh, you're getting people loaded up on?
Mm-hmm. If we're waiting on the farmers and it's a single coin per person, we may as well.
Nice. seeing the engineers jump in.
Yeah, I rang the bell, so they'll start populating that.
Oh, is that to
When the
someone
next one
spawns?
spawns, yeah, you can get upwards of 3 people per day that way.
Very nice. I was wondering why there was a random coin just sitting there.
Mm.
Ooh, money. More money.
I
Oh,
just keep spending all my income on further city upgrades as we go, because it's like, oh yeah, I can throw money at that, and that'll help too. And
I'm pretty well loaded up now.
okay, there's gonna be 3 more farmers coming back.
What do you want them for?
I only have half a bag of gold.
I mean, did you want more engineers or?
No, I want a
I
full
think we're
bag of
fine.
gold when we leave.
Okay.
Oh, are you saying like to hire more? I mean, feel free.
Yeah.
More engineers or more archers, they'll come in handy. These 3. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm full up on gold now. Or
Very
close
nice.
enough.
I'm going to do a thing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I still have to like tell my monarch to walk back or she's gonna get eaten, but okay.
I need a stretch.
Yeah, I'll actually stand up here and do so in a sec. I mean, heck, if we just go get on the boat, we can. Yeah, let's go do that. We can do a quick
Money.
be right back, refill water and all that. Nice. Let's see. Will these guys get on? Nope, that's the max it'll get on. Okay, cool. All right.
It's going this way.
I will use
I'll take this
this.
moment for a break.
Yep. Yep. All right. I'll be right back, folks. See you in just a moment.
Noticing these archers on the top of the ship full drawn with the bows, that would be exhausting.
Oh god, their arms have to be so tired. Let's see. Hit this button, and then this button. Wait, that's not it. Block. Okay, ready when you are.
Welcome back.
So it looks like we have the deer and the dog on this one.
Zoom.
I'm gonna go east this time.
I'll go to the west. Wait, you weren't supposed to grab that one. It's supposed to go to the other one. Camp is to the west,
Okay.
it appears.
I found a clearing and a spot for an archer's tower. In fact, a couple archer's towers and a dog. Hello, dog.
Be gone. Construction begins.
Yay! I found the deer shrine.
Nice. Mist.
Oh, and a cave. Or cave, portal.
What the? Now you're thinking with portals. Money. Oh, chest. We have the redstone.
Oh, yeah, stone.
Oh,
Nice.
Stone. But not the redstone. It's just a stone. Just a stone. I have a gem chest.
Yay! We'll use that for unlocking the deer.
I have not collected it. I'll collect it on the way back. The deal was on your side, right?
Yeah.
And then we have this shrine on the left.
Dog is barking to the east, so greed coming.
Oh, we have another gem chest and a portal.
Nice. Handy.
On the 9th day, you held a gem.
Nice. I love the achievements because they're seemingly random, but they're not. Like they are specific things, but they're all interesting and different.
Harvest shrine, I believe.
That one's handy.
Yeah,
Increases the number of farmers available per farmhouse by 2 per upgrade.
I like that song.
That's a good one.
Explored to the portal on the west side.
I just bought so many archers.
Dropped on that tree. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Right. I've got the gems.
Nice. Ah. Oh, thank you.
How many gems did you need?
I think that'll do.
Just
Incoming
one
green.
spare.
Yeah, I want to say that the deer is like 2 or 3 to start. Here's a coin for the merchant.
Cool.
Yeah.
Gold. Allow it just to build up a wall there. And build up a wall here. Nice. Merchant. Engineer coming your way.
All right. I'm chasing deer to the forest here. Still not gonna have coins for a second to do anything with it, but good to see that the engineers are getting some stuff cut.
Get a couple trees cut down over here. Ooh, stormy day.
Yeah. I love the sound of the rain in this. They picked such good audio for the sound of the rain, the chickens, even like the simple pops of the arrows.
Oh my God, don't get me started with their bullshit.
Oh, hello.
That's not that exactly.
Nice.
Ah,
Milky Tara running
yeah,
through.
Milky. Milky. Hi, Milky.
They needed to find glue sticks.
Ah. Craft and construction, I see.
Yep, doing some mixed media. They're painting something for a friend.
Ooh. I've got an uncle who likes doing a variety of art.
Oh,
He's
nice.
been doing a lot of painting lately, and he's likely to have some of his artwork put into an art gallery,
Oh, wow.
which he's very excited for.
I have to wait one day for the. Let's see, which direction is dog barking? Yeah, to the east. Okay. I have to wait a day before I'll be able to try and go after the deer. Maybe not. I guess that the coins that these folks left behind while they're chopping trees was enough to satiate the greed.
We have nighttime now, though.
Is it? Oh, it's only 3 coins to grab the deer? Nice.
Oh, wow.
Got the deer. And I got more gems.
Oh, wow. That's right. We don't have. Like, we had the merchant, didn't we?
Merchant sometimes comes with you. They don't always, though. So we got lucky and they joined on this map. Like, I've actually had runs where the merchants followed me all the way to map 4.
Wow. I'm just not sure where his camp is. That's all. Oh, the moon's going down. Should be safe. Fortunately, I haven't had much luck setting up anything because I got no money.
I'm
I try to
picking
get
up,
the thumb.
yeah, I'm picking up deer, and we've got the land being cleared, and there's archers being placed on turrets over by the spot where the rabbits and chickens spawn. So there's gonna be like good income coming in pretty soon here. Also, I just found the merchant's camp. It's over here.
Okay. You say there was a map? There was a map button, wasn't there?
A what? The dog?
Map?
A map? Yeah. Click on the bottom right. That's the only map you really get those. Like, it just says what's available on this, island.
Okay, cool. Merchant's coming back. I'll be able to grab some money there and try to clear out a little bit over this side to get some farming going.
Hell yeah.
Unless you want me to put 9 coins into upgrading this, then
Uh,
would be a good idea to upgrade this camp.
I'll go ahead and upgrade the camp. I got the deer over here.
Well, nice.
Yeah. Oh,
Nice.
Alright. Camp is a go. Wow, there is so much potential farmland on this map.
Mm. I like how much variety there is with the trees too.
Mm-hmm. The different versions of the game, they actually like drew different sprites of different trees, like from different parts of the world as well. Oh, there's an encampment over here. And a portal. Looks like nightfall has come.
This is the music box one. This is very calm and peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine chopping down a tree with a hammer.
Yeah, I think it's like supposed to be implied that one side might be an axe and one side might be a hammer, but I don't know. I have personally cut down a tree with a hammer. It is an effective tool for doing so. It's just not as effective as, an axe. Enjoy way too many of those.
Nice. I'll start plugging these up over here and upgrades. Upgrades, people. Oh, hello.
That knocking always gets me.
Don't remind me of that one time that Akira redeemed the realistic knocking sound. Oh, right. I haven't the moolah.
Merchant is on their way.
Roger.
Wow, these two archers have been making good money. Really good money. Wow.
They are right next to a grass field.
Mm-hmm. They're on two different sides of a grass field, so everything that spawns in the middle just gets eaten.
Okay, farm's going up over here.
Nice.
Clear out some of this over here as well. Money.
We don't leave a lot of those undeveloped because, like, it's really well set up as it is.
What are the rules of being able to clear out trees that are around?
What do you mean?
So I can get these 2 trees chopped down, but this 3rd tree to the
Mhm.
left, I can't have it cut down.
It's not yet far enough to the background. The background hasn't receded far enough yet. You have to cut further back to be able to select that one. And it is like an arbitrary, like roughly quarter screen distance. All right, we just upgraded the city
So-
to stone walls.
There's a possibility I could go further to the left, the other side of this forest, and there could be a space where there's area I can clear out.
Yeah, there might be a middle clearing that you can access and cut back instead.
Right. I was sort of wondering why I couldn't cut down some trees, and I hadn't quite yet. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll cut down
it's
this one by this place, and then
the background tells you a lot.
Come on, get your health, get your breath, get your breath. Those greed were coming awfully close. Okay, I learned. I am learned.
I'm going to upgrade this wall specifically, the one to the side of it, um, for the farmer's tools, because if we do it to the right, it'll disturb the farmland.
Fair deal.
All right, there's the farmer's tools. Whoa, then upgrade that. All right, we got 3 sides. It's a good start. Heading
Good
west.
answer. Okay, there's a max upgrade.
Another clearing.
Surprise, copious amounts of fish. I'm glad I got that set up.
It looks so fun. Like somewhere in my ramblings at myself of trying to figure out things that I want to do for stream, part of it was figuring out what did I want to have thrown at me with the integrated throwing system. I'm still not sure.
Merchant is returning to our camp.
Nice. I'm heading back with 4 deer. Unprocessed gold.
I'm also surprised at how much people also like the male model as well. Good. It means I have a reason to keep both around.
Yeah, they're both really cute.
You get the coins and gems just glow. One after each other.
Dog barks which direction? To the west. Okay.
Oh, okay, we could finally upgrade the town hall.
Yay!
If we had the money. Eventually. The money will soon be in our hat. Oh, wow, that's a lot of money from those archers. Oh. I'm surprised I held enough gold there. Nice. Now we can get our banners.
Definitely want to get the
Merchant
farmers to support the bannermen first. Let's
So to
see.
get the farmers to support the bannermen?
Yeah, just for the money because like
Oh, right.
for each squire is on its own 4 gold plus 4 gold for or 2 gold for each of the archers times 4 archers. Apparently it's a good day to do so though.
Oh, my. We'll get you to hold the reins. I just need to get something out and wash.
Mm-hmm. Only have so much time in the day. Oh wow. It would be a crime to cut that back that far. Yeah. Hey there, farmers. Oh, doggo concern. The big concern, they begin. My dog, she howl. She howl. Very concerned awoo noises. Let's see if any of our farmers finish their harvest before end of day. Otherwise,
A little bit more gold here.
it begins. This is our second blood moon. This time, though, we have like multiple archers posts way out in advance that are shooting down a lot of stuff that's on its way. Also, dog is facing east. Looks like greed is coming from your side.
Okay. Farmers did not finish their harvest.
Dang.
Also, that moon is going down already.
Oh, hey. Yeah, the archers might have shot down everything that was on its way. Those little hunters' outposts are really handy.
Hmm. Now I get a rough idea of how to set them up.
Mm-hmm.
For later islands, I should be able to accommodate and assist us on trying to set them up. Suppose I should be over here, prepared to collect. And the merchant's back too.
Hey, oh, it is harvest day. Oh.
Very nice. So we can get the other banner. So now we can start sending out. And that doesn't upgrade any further. It's fine though.
I think I'm going to expand the city wall.
Fair deal.
Like now that we finally have a really solid clearing here, I think I have an idea of how I want to do this.
I can put gems inside here now.
Yeah,
Store them for later.
you can have
Awesome.
access to your inventory space again.
Okay, let's set up. The boats start being built. Oh, just a bit late. Oh boy. Although we should have a decent night, so. Also, wow. Didn't realize you already set up another farm over here.
Yeah, and another one over here. Once our engineers get here.
Surprised
Like-
you went with the farm and not like just the archers to
They've
do
just
that over
been,
here.
yeah, they've just been gradually coming out. As soon as this wall comes up, like this is going to be an actual farmhouse.
Oh, okay.
Not this one here, but this one. Yep, this one here. Upgrade it a little bit further. And pull this back.
Dunk, dunk, dunk. No, archers should be moving up too, so.
Oh, this is a blue night. This is a safe day. Very nice.
Merchant should be back at camp. They should be able to finish that boat, no problems. And there's the merchant. More farmers coming out.
Very nice. This is working out really nicely. This has been a great island.
No tax man, don't take that money. He got it anyway.
Farmer's got some corn. Very handy. Huh? Nice.
Extra farmers. Coming out this way to set up more wall, aren't you?
I'm just looking around at what we even have over here. My intent was to take deer back. There we go.
Only.
Oh, that's the portal.
Those deer both have been hit once.
Alright. Taking them further in.
Now, do we have freestanding portals, or is it
There are
just
two. One on each side.
not the wall and dockside ones, right?
Besides those, there are two that are just like out in the middle of the forest.
Right. Actually, that archer should take care of at least one of them. Should have, but
Oh
you don't
wow,
want to be going this way.
there's a lot of coin. Eeh. Gotta throw them on the ground. Let somebody else pick them up. This can be this. These can be these.
Yeah, okay.
Dog is barking to the east.
Moon's setting, at least.
Wow, that is a lot of money.
Merchant. Doo-doo. That must have been the
Farmhouse?
I don't actually know. Still need more money for the boat. Oh, wall has fallen and been rebuilt.
Oh, we have spears.
Money.
Sending the squire out to go fight a portal.
All right. Noted. Is that
Also,
more
we can,
farmland you're setting up?
yep. Also, we can get a stables here for a single gem. Well,
Okay, I'll
gem
grab a
and
gem and come back.
yeah.
Okay, that's the archery towers being built.
Yeah.
Ronald McDonald. Oh,
And he played it like a fiddle of gold. And he said, "Come on down here, boy. Let me tell you what. I sell propane and magic potion accessories." The boy said, "My name's Johnny. It might be a sin, but I'm on a quest. I'm the best." I'm trying to mix this up, but it's bad. My problem is, like, I'm also trying to remember the actual lyrics on the fly, and I don't, I don't sing that song. I'll take your bed. You're gonna regret. I'm the best there's ever been. Fire on the mountain, fun day run. Devils in the house of the rising sun. Chicken the bread pan,
trees.
picking up the road. Granny's the dog child. Danny, does your dog bite? No, child, no. Not Danny, does your dog child? No bite, no. Why lyrical dyslexia?
Um, did your chat stop updating to me or something?
Uh, I don't know.
Oh, there goes the portal.
Yep, portal down. I don't know if it has. Have you been sending things in chat? Uh, Awu?
My most recent one
Awu?
was
Burger, do you want to
mine's
shut up?
updating fine.
Okay. Oh,
But
greed
refresh
the
yours.
second. The last thing I see from you is redeemed stretch about 45 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
okay. Really? That time?
Yep. Yep, it's been that long. A chill night.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of folks in chat. I don't mind.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Got greed coming. Look out.
Yeah, run.
Cool. And that puts a spot for the catapult shop to go as well.
Hopefully that was all the retaliation. Oh no, moon is still up. Now it's going.
Yep. Where's the hermit? Oh, okay, right here. There you go.
They jump and hop and skip. They're doing a jig. Nice.
Now I want to
This is where
listen
you
to
got the
that.
deer, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Another place to have some farmland if we really want it.
We have so many farms now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ooh, 5, 6, 7, 0, 9.
Farmers got a bunch of money and they're about to harvest again.
Oh,
Like they will finish before end of day. Do we have? Oh, we don't. We need redstone for the next upgrade. Okay.
mm,
Don't-
so the bear is neat, but I don't think it's quite what I want to have.
No, there's like you can use it for hunting, but the deer does a decent job as long as you've got other units around to support you.
The problem is there's no outrunning greed at all on the bear.
Yeah. I would recommend instead,
that's
like,
not me.
if you're looking to fight the greed, the best one's gonna be like the dragon, but even it's got its limitations.
Yeah. I think it's got a faster recovery than the bear does, though.
Well, also its walking speed is faster than the greed run.
Yeah, that's the other good thing about that. So maybe I should have started with that when we had it.
Yeah.
That's all right. Upgrades, people. That's what I was going to.
I'm just throwing everything I got into upgrades. Deer.
Ring.
Oh. This guy might actually just have those. Oh, never mind.
Almost.
All these engineers. Oh. This wax that we got does not it is not easy on my lungs. I've been choking pretty bad with it.
Oh, money.
Right, there's a spot where the greed are on the west side. Should try and assault them. United, we are stronger. You must gather your party before venturing forth. You know, I wonder if, like, some of the depths and crunch of that isn't actually the person's voice, but the recording itself being done on older hardware. Because that's like Interplay 1997, I want to say. The original Baldur's Gate. Oh, we got spears on the west side.
Mm-hmm. Set us up with another lot of beers.
We have them on both sides
On
now.
the 4 there. Yep. Winata Tower. Oh, wow, they picked up a lot of gold over here. Now your horse is over here.
Oh yeah, the previous horse. Yeah, the sounds on this one are so weird.
Hmm.
Got farmers spewing gold at me. Alright. Pay the merchant. Pay the merchant. There we go. Go home, merchant. Wow, these are some serious upgrades we did. Sending the assault squad west at nightfall because it doesn't matter. They have my support. We need to hire so many archers
Ali.
to populate all these archers towers.
Well, there's no one around to shoot the rabbits. No one in the towers. Like everyone's been pulled off the towers to just go and fight. All right, morning now. Did you go beyond the portal on the west side? Ooh, the dog.
They're stopping at this portal to fight it.
Yeah. There's the dockside portal. I guess I'll stand on this side if they're spawning.
This one should go pretty quick because I have 2 squads doing this one this time. Last time I did all that with just a single knight. It was really funny. I cannot wait until we get the baker and we don't have to keep paying the encampments. Hey-o. Destroy that old gate. Yo. I got you, hey-o. Listen what I say. Boy, I seen the sun on the moon, I might let it go. Hey, yo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. People need to cover of another perfect wonder where it's so white as snow. What's on the heart is more than I know.
I remember long time ago when I first originally started streaming, the hardware still barely kept up.
Yeah.
Those old days. Now, like, drop frames, 0.
Yeah.
0%.
I have really bad stutter issues, but most of those seem to be entirely tied to CPU and graphics card temp. And those have since been resolved, but like looking back at my older VODs, it's really bad.
Of the harvest.
Oh wow, you built all the way out here. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter since we have all the farmland. They don't need to take advantage of any of the wildlife anymore.
Wow. Where did they collect the money from? I might send out another party.
Sending out the war party? Go for it. I'm doing the same. We got the coins, we got the force, may as well.
The farmers weren't supposed to collect that money. It was meant for the war party. Go.
What happened?
Ooh. Whoa. The nighttime raid.
Ah. Yeah, looks like these squires got this.
I'm
Engineers
also
are
out
out.
of money at the moment too. Calming rains.
They're still going at it.
My horse almost blends into the background with just the shadow and the mane and tail.
Ghost horse.
This will be done in no time.
Let's just kill it.
Yeah. I went to get the gold, but instead I got attacked. And lost
not-
the gold anyway.
I'm not sure if I just glitched out or they just gave up on fighting this thing, but I don't know. I don't know what just happened.
Do we still have the cliffside portal?
I mean, it's swirling on my side. I think it's a connectivity issue because like all the knights just stopped fighting and walked away, but nothing's coming out and attacking me.
Ooh. The sky darkens.
Yeah.
I'm rich.
Yay! We did it. We defeated them. The darkness is forever defeated. They'll never hurt us again. Until next time on Dragon Ball Z.
No, I got to hear a bean yesterday doing a cowboy accent. It was quite impressive.
Cowboy accent. What cracks me up is like that's the accent and linguistic stylization that I purposely avoid, seeing as to how I'm from that area. Like, uh, the National Fair and Rodeo, like barrel racing championships and stuff used to happen pretty close to where I lived.
There must be a lot of gold around here, surely. Ah, right. It was just ka-chunk. Just shut.
Hey there,
Oh,
Busta.
Lord. Pasta makes me feel good.
Ah, merchant. What's up, merchant? Wow, that's really cool.
Did we clear the portal on the right side?
Yep. I mean, you go check, please, because like I can't tell. It's just swirling on my side, but it's also very fortified over there. And... Did you pay for the lighthouse already?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I will do that.
Also, I inadvertently also decided to pay for the boat. So everyone's jumped on the boat.
I think I did that.
No, I did it. And if you
No,
did it,
I'm
then it happened
Spartacus.
twice.
No, you're the Krusty Krab.
No, this is Patrick.
Still so weird to me that that scene is a reference to ER, the medical drama series.
Really?
Yeah. That scene, like, here, let's see here. I'm not. Oh, wait, I'm Patrick ER phone scene.
There could be some very rich engineers running around.
Wow, this is like not coming up under. Like, it's doing everything it can not to pull this up, and it's really funny to me.
Oh, whoa, money.
What is going on with my connection tonight? You're offline, check your connection. Are you kidding me? Hello, you two? Yeah. I'll have to look this up later. It's one of those things that like when I initially saw it, I was kind of left in disbelief. Are you waiting for me at the boat? I'm so sorry. Let me wander over there.
No, no, no. I was trying to find places to spend money because I'm full, and so full that I can't be
These
any
are
more
good
full
problems
of
to
money.
have.
All I can say is we're rich.
Rich.
Cashier guys, grab it all. Dun, 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 dun.
That archer had some money. Dang.
Rich. I might go for another cup of Joe.
Yeah. On 2.5 cups of coffee. Think I'm doing good. Ready to go when you are. Which this will actually just put on a pause so that that works.
Yeah, let's go. Set sail.
Set sail! Uh, what a cozy game. This has been nice. I've been playing stuff that's like really high intensity, high energy for a minute. And so coming back to this has been like a nice relaxing cup of tea. Let's see here. We got, oh, right. We got community stuff afterward. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. It's strange that the music decided not to play.
Strange, it's playing fine on my side.
Yeah, it's strange that it decided not to on mine. So I'm like, what would I like to?
I wonder if this is just one of those inadvertent connection issues, like the rest of the
Yeah,
issues we've been having.
yeah, because like YouTube just told me that I didn't have a connection to the internet, so I'm like, fancy new router that I just got. What the hell's going on right now?
I am still quite impressed by how well this plays with that sort of latency in the spot
Yeah,
of the issues. But overall, it's quite. I suppose it's not like you're playing Risk of Rain or Grounded, where it does kind of matter a little.
I mean, even then, we don't have the worst latency playing Risk of Rain 2. I really want to take the time to to get my stuff set up to at least have the co-star available with their VTuber. I know there's a way for me to do it. Effectively, it's just going to be using Discord to broadcast your VC face camera and then capture the VC face camera as an image capture inside OBS.
It's image capture.
Basically like selecting a part of the screen and having that be set up as basically like
Capture,
yeah, just like any other window capture, and then defining like the green screen color from my side for whatever you're broadcasting your green screen as. And
I think in Discord it ends up just being like black, which is a problem because most of my avatar is mostly black.
do you
maybe I
not?
have to set up something?
Yeah, I was gonna say just load a
Have an image
PNG
of-
that's green as your background and broadcast that like the VC face camera into
Into- yeah.
Discord. It'll broadcast the green screen because like I can do that right now
It
for
should be
you.
able to-
VC
I
face
have to-
camera. And then, well, yeah, I wouldn't expect to like try and get this all configured right now, but it should display on your end as green, and then from there, whatever filter you set. Oh, that's interesting. I would also have to hide names. Oh wait, no, if my mouse isn't there, it doesn't show the names. So yeah, I have a general idea of how to make this work. It's just, it will be a work in progress.
A window capture could be a window capture, and then crop down just to be whatever the preview was. Anyway, we go on to the next one.
Yeah.
Is that a capybara?
Capybara.
Capybara.
Oh, it's like
Capybara.
two different
Coconut doggy.
heavy horses. One's a war horse and one's a ghost horse.
Money everywhere.
I'm gonna head over
Overflowing.
this way.
Okay, we immediately have a portal on the right
Dang.
and
Oh, yeah.
a gem
Good old-
chest.
Horse over here. Requires 2 gems.
Two new employees have been hired. 2 more employees have been hired. And another red gem chest. Another portal over here. And this should be the clearing to the dock. Yes. Eat.
Okay. Nice. Got a gold chest. I have 2 different audio sources playing music. That's terrible. I must correct this. There we go.
Ooh, that dip in that. Pretty sure on what that shrine does.
Better walls. They have extra health.
Ah, nice. Ooh, well,
I bought as many bows as the game will let me right now. Nice.
do we want that inner wall or should we do the further out one?
Do the further out one. Once we upgrade the city by 1 level, it'll end up making free walls anyways.
Right. You got that one going. Ooh, very nice.
This archer's been making good money.
Do.
The noises in this are so good.
Oh yes. Hello.
Oh, nice. There's farmland out there too.
I want to clear out up to this point.
Please, gremlin music.
Bass gremlin music.
Oh, we got farmers already, and we got farmland already. Hell yeah! Well, we have 2 science. We'll need to get more people hired, but doing good. Time to
I'm
lure
sorry
some
there.
deer.
Peasants. No money. I'm sorry, what was that?
Acquiring more deer. Enticing them. Gold chest. Acquire many golds. Peasants. Acquire many peasants. Hermit house for Baker, I think. And another gold chest. And a gem chest. Jeez.
I've got gems I'll be bringing over that way. I've just enabled the shrine, but I have no gold
Nice.
to activate it. So I also will those 2. Oop. I can get that horse. Probably has less stamina. My guess.
Come on, doggo.
Did
Don't
you get
get
the
eaten.
gems?
I did not get the gems. I grabbed the gold instead and, like, hit some, tower emplacements along the way. And, like, earmarked some stuff to be cut down later. And hired more people.
That's what picked up by someone anyway.
Yeah, it was useful adventure. Many deer. Very many deer.
Very nice. Plenty off to the right too.
Let's see, grab more signs.
Okay. Well, whatever wave is out there
More
should be just about
deer.
done. So I'm going to go out and try to get those gems.
Let's see. Do I have enough coins for this? Short by one.
4.
One. This allows me to go hire peasants instead back here, which we also need. I think I may have every deer on the map currently following me.
Wow.
I have at least 10. I've never had this many deer following me at once.
Wow. Hearthy. That horse is unlocked.
You've unleashed the horse.
The horse is free.
The horse has breached containment.
4 gems for that one. I need... That'll probably spawn someone, and if I don't pick them up, they'll be taken by the greed, won't they?
Yeah.
I will refrain from using the gems at this time, so I can...
You'll still need to pay a gold cost, usually.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a thick horse. Portal is open.
So many deer.
Phew, managed to get through the portal.
Good. This was also a very productive day.
A greed did spawn, and then got shot by an archer.
Perfect.
What fresh new employee here. Whoa, money. Cashy guys, grab it all.
New building.
Just upgrading this wall.
I just upgraded the town hall,
You know,
so
nice.
everything just got stone.
Oh, didn't quite finish it.
Oh, I probably chose a bad time to do that.
It doesn't look like a terribly large wave, so we should be fine. And that was it.
Oh, nice. Well, that went extremely well.
Just shift over my window for your chat. Now I can see myself again. And I can see copious amounts of fish. Oh, wow. Quite an amount of force. I might need to turn down the amount of force applied. Or keep it at that rate, because
It's funny.
copious amounts of fish.
I wonder, does the play pause button work on here?
No,
It
still.
works. Oh, that's amazing. I got a new keyboard recently and it has media controls.
Oh,
Uh, so I can use it for stream purposes because it's got volume control and media controls and stuff, and I feel so spoiled.
I have some MIDI controls on my keyboard as well,
This
though I
means that
don't tend to use it much.
I don't have to alt tab out of the game, change tabs from monitoring your stream, then alt tab back into the stream to like change when there is or isn't music. Because the in-game music does kick in, but so often it's just absolute silence. And
Silence or ambience. Yeah.
yeah,
I had the baker.
yay! Wait, I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to do architecture. And now, if I have enough points, which I don't,
Oh, golly goodness me, gumdrops. Whoa.
you good?
Yes, but those two peasants aren't.
Oh no.
They pass the portal and one instantly spawns, instantly attacks one of the peasants, and instantly attacks the other one afterwards.
Hmm.
Wasn't expecting that. Right, so where do we need to take the baker?
Center towers. One of the archers' towers closest to the town hall is a good spot to put them.
No. And this one shall be.
And it's gonna take a while for us to get it upgraded far enough, but it'll be worth it.
Quiet, acquired. Got banners for the squires at least.
Yep. Additional squires. This is gonna put 4 on each side.
Ooh.
Like we're gonna have to hire
Very
a bunch
nice.
more peasants to get it, but it'll be nice. On the next
There's plenty of them out there.
on the next farmer's payout, I'm gonna attack the portal on the eastern side.
Okay.
So it's like stopping us from being able to get to more peasants.
Okay.
Found one of your peasants. They're just like trundling through the forest.
Taking a short
And it's
swim.
still used here.
The bunny, no.
Nice. Acquiring more deer. Even if the farmers don't pay out, the forest will.
Money. Yeah. decide what I'll have to do for Monday's stream. Maybe I'll just focus on trying to round out more of the Night Witch. I'll skip on story time unless I find something good to read.
Yeah, sometimes you have to like figure out where the balance is because there can be just so much literature in a game. I'm still trying to figure out how to handle that with Baldur's Gate because I'm carrying around like 10 different book bags just full.
Wow. Also, sorry, I claimed your money from the farms.
Oh, you're
I'm going
good.
to try to get this baker.
That's gonna take a while, like multiple days worth.
At least this makes some progress to that.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So many.
They're going to start running out of the city and then they're just not.
Thump. Hearing the agree just slam their faces in the wall.
Ingenuity equals infinite possibilities.
Oh, that's it. That's
and
the one.
The baker does the jig.
Very nice.
Because remember, the last time we had the baker, I didn't have a place to put them. And then they were lost.
True.
Red.
These deer are taking care of like the
Okay.
initial bread costs. This is awesome. Now I don't even need to go attack because the peasants will come to us instead.
Oh, nice.
So I don't need to expand out.
Although
That
that's 4 gold per bread. Does that last for more or what?
when you make a bunch of them, it's mainly just so that if you end up forgetting, it's just gonna hire a bunch of them. But you can interrupt the ones that are incoming and give them a gold, and they'll just go grab something else instead and won't consume the bread.
Okay. Seems like an unusual choice to pay 4 bread just to not go out and hire them
You can
with 1 gold.
You can do that with just a single piece of bread and not like fill the entire shelf, and in doing so, like it'll continue sending one peasant at you at a time. And as long as you interrupt them every single time, you'll never have to buy any more. Here comes the first peasant. So on my stream, this one's running up to me. If I give them a gold,
Yeah.
now they're not going to grab the bread, and that 4 gold stays. It creates
It's a nice piano.
a summoning beacon so that you don't have to go past the portals. Here's the next one. And that's the nice thing, is that it's pulling them from past the portals, so we haven't spent any gold on them yet, and they can't get hurt and then lose the gold.
Unfortunately, I was almost out of money, so I couldn't stop them. Oh, I was out of money. Now I got money, but no. Oh well. Was there anything special about this horse that I've got? The armored horse?
Yeah, hang out for a second and let it like catch its breath, and then double tap shift. Each of the horse's different special abilities, or each of the different mounts' special abilities are activated with double tapping and shift. If they
the
have
default
one,
horses that I had, did that have a special ability other than just
other than
really
run.
good stamina?
Yep. And this one, I believe, gives a buff to all the soldiers nearby.
Yep. It almost looked like it
Yeah.
affected the the wall.
Huh.
It may have just been
Filled the bread machine.
no, it didn't.
Gonna
No,
build
I
a
do like
second
that
bread
there is a
machine.
baker.
Yeah.
Do like that.
It makes the castle feel more like an actual place that people live. Less like a military fort.
New employee acquired. Upgrade this tower.
Ah, don't
It's like,
stop on top of the portal, jeez. What's up?
The the bakery in this game is like when you get eye tracking on your avatar and you go from a PNG to a 3D VTuber. It's like it makes it feel more alive.
I cannot wait until I get to a point where I can do eye tracking and all that.
I
I have
mean,
no idea how to do any of that.
is that what it is? So I'm actually quite surprised that my avatar just naturally has the ability to do the gaze in as a VRM.
Well, I mean, mine has
I wonder if
gaze to camera, and I have mine set to look generally with like a 30-degree bias forward, so that it's obvious when I'm attempting to read something that's not directly in front of me. And it also allows me to like pantomime looking over at the audience.
Hmm. Archery tower upgraded out here.
Nice.
Are you not going to get in the tower?
Hiring archers to fill the towers.
Yeah, but there's an archer right here. Why is it not jumping in? Where's this archer coming from? Could fit two of them.
Return to whence
Probably
you
pulling from
came.
the furthest distance ever. Yeah, some from over here now coming this way. Someone's coming back to the wall, so it might be tomorrow.
Yeah, it is daytime now. Or nighttime now.
Right.
Wow. I am out of it. Starting to hurt. That rainstorm never actually like came down. It just got broody. Ingenuity equals infinite possibilities. Ingebilities.
Look at that wave of arrows.
It's
Our
so-
arrows shall blot out the sky!
We shall fight in the shade! There's a bowl of hot sauce next to me and I want to drink it.
Are you
Look
sure
what I
that's an
made.
idea. didn't say whether it's a bad idea. Just to be sure that's an idea.
It's an idea.
Yeah, we're gonna have a blood moon.
We
Oh, I'm
have
out of gold. I
so
can't
many
stop this one.
soldiers. Feeling pretty powerful, to be honest.
The farmers go marching one by one. Hurrah, hurrah. I'd send out a wave of knights, but I don't have any money.
It's a blood moon. I wouldn't do it.
That too.
That would just be wasting knights.
See the bramble just in the background there. The thorns on the bramble.
Oh, that's fun. I love the sprite art in this.
There's mountains in the back too, quite interesting. It's some tall spire on top of them.
It's Angkor Wat, or like inspired by.
The what bar?
I will have to look up, make certain I'm thinking of the correct place, so I don't want to give misinformation.
Shrine built on the side of that mountain. Freeze.
Yep. Temple in Cambodia, Angkor Wat. Go over to here. DMs. Koi. Boop.
Woohoo. Message acquired.
Feels like some pretty successful fortifications.
Yes. Ooh, money.
Oh, nice.
I won't take it all. You can have some money.
This archer cleaned up a bunch of it for me. Alright, that works. Yep. Puppy is concerned.
Poppy is scared. Few more archers, just so that they're prepared. Do-do, 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 do-do.
Push those walls, folks. There we go. There we go.
Just taller walls are a little difficult for the arrows to get to the nearer ones.
Yeah.
Nico has sent me a message as well.
Aw. Wow, that battle's already over. Our towers took care of everything. Fastest blood moon ever. Hell yeah.
Nico is missing his weekly streams.
Aww. I miss Nico.
I miss Nico.
You two have delightful chemistry on the air. It's fun to watch.
I'm sending out 2 night parties.
Which direction? This way? Okay, I'm gonna
This
do
way.
ones the other way. May as well take on.
That's a wise decision.
Yeah,
We're
because we're gonna get retaliated against no matter what. May as well do both sides.
Aye, aye, sir. That man.
Oof.
Sorry, I use sir as a sign of authority
Uh-huh.
by habit.
Look, you gotta be paying for that extra content if you wouldn't be calling me sir.
What's the price?
Oh, you can't afford it.
Probably true. I am a little bit on the light pocket side.
It's not even that. It's I do not tolerate that lightly. I swear I just watched a greed drop a coin from being killed, not from like hurting the knight.
Just naturally dropped one.
Yeah, as though it were a deer.
How curious. Oh, there's a retaliation on its way then.
Alright. Yeah, dog is barking. And that's both sides. Good. Means the engineers are also going to start trying to run out to both sides. There's like a couple of spots where there's a good place to put an archer's tower. So they're going to run off and go and try to do that, which is not the best time.
Woo!
Yeah. Good thing we got those bakeries.
Love you too, Nika. And thank you so very much. Good to see you.
Actually, I'm so bleeding drunk, mate. Love ya. That's a lot of coins coming back from those knights.
Yeah, I gave them a few on the way back.
Wow.
You're looking pretty loaded there.
Yeah, I gave you half of what was dropped by those guys.
It's good to see you, Nika. Love you lots.
Nico. A dog is barking. I do not see the greed. In fact, I don't even see the moon.
I don't see. Oh, there they are on the right.
Okay. Oh, yep, there they are.
Sand raid.
Sand raid.
Sand
raid.
That wall is getting taken down.
Whoa. There goes the baker.
Someone's being juggled there.
Yeah. Woo! All right. I'm curious to see
Rebuilding that wall.
if the baker got saved. Do a Terraria playthrough.
Let's play a Terraria playthrough. I was actually quite tempted to do so. Actually.
That would be an interesting thing to do for like a long stream, would be how far can you get into Terraria? I don't think our baker made
Nika,
it.
I I didn't realize you wanted to play Terraria. If I'd have known that. Oh, we got fire barrels now. What did we lose from this spot?
I don't know.
I don't know what I want to do. I'm straight blasted, mate. Oh no, those crops are dying.
Oh,
Poor Nika. He is completely and utterly gone from it.
he's so blessed. I
Just
haven't.
saying hi to my friends. Whatever. Oh my, Nika.
I think this is as far as we need to clear the farmland. Beyond that, it's just. Oh wait, did you find a tower there? Hell yeah! I didn't even see that.
Mm. Yeah, that's the tower we can put there. Even if we don't do the wall.
Yeah. This guy's. I'm being told to go west, and I don't know why.
Because the game's lag decided that we're separated
Oh.
from each other and I'm on the left or something.
No, it's telling me to stack coffers, even though I have no money in hand. Got so many archers. That feels pretty good. Oh.
Getting this tower built up now. We didn't need the wall, did we?
Nah.
Grass is growing there. Farm's back to healthy again. I'm not going to have enough of that.
Dog is barking where? To the west. Okay.
Ooh, new harvest. I'll have enough to upgrade that tower. All the archers and builders are stacking money. I'm sure Drunk Nico is fun.
I believe so. I believe in the drunk Nico that believes in you.
How did Nico get inside me? Oh no. What? Huh?
That's
Okay, going to bed.
tomorrow.
Love you, sand baby and cool.
Aw.
Yo,
Oh
best
no!
homies.
I got distracted by being called Sand Baby. I got
Oh no.
eaten. They ate me. Also, we're about to lose so many engineers.
Oh no.
Oh.
Upgrading tower.
You. I got an acorn. Send it to you.
And then Nico. Love ya.
Good night, Nico.
And resupply archers.
Beat it up, 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 up. Beat it up, 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 up.
33. Going to the left now.
Yeah, I got coins if you have crown. Thank you.
Welcome back to royalty.
It's an uneasy job, but we gotta make so many hammers now.
We have one builder on his way back, one builder on the way out, and then who gave up, turned around. Which means someone finished something out here.
Nice.
2 more over here. Okay, good. Chop down a tree.
Some farmland. Just gotta wait for the forest thing to catch up.
Look at all that money just laying around.
Wow.
Wow. Nope. I cleared out that wave. That's good. Got to remember, I can buff these guys.
Yeah, that's super handy. Ooh, Archer's giving good monies.
All right. Portal assault has begun.
Oh, okay.
And portal is down.
I'm only just now sending these soldiers out, so this is an inopportune time for them to be out. Let's see how it goes.
How you feeling there?
I'm doing all right. I'm glad that I paid for bread because it's summoning the peasants. Although here comes the green, so this is about to be a gnarly little fight. Ah!
Ooh, ouchie, 2 hits there.
Yeah.
Did the retaliation come from your side?
Looks like it.
East?
It looks like I also repelled it just now.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I see the moon going down now. It'd be interesting if the extended eye tracking would also show where I'm looking on screen.
That would be cool.
Upgrade.
There you
On
go.
its way.
12 archers attacking this portal here. Alright. And that brings us to the dockside portal.
Interesting that it swapped around to the opposite side.
Yeah. It is procedurally generated on like where locations for walls will be, locations for the encampments and stuff like that. That's the part of this game that makes it a roguelike.
I'm being told to follow. Pointing me back towards town. Probably to stock the coffers. Just like it did to you.
Yeah. It is fall, so I can understand why the game is concerned. I'd say we push towards getting redstone so we can take the fight back to the greed on this island, steal our baker back, put it on island 1, and then get killed on island 4 or 5, and start over with the baker right off the bat. Otherwise, it's war of attrition mode time. I feel bad for our farmers. They've had nothing to do for like 3 days besides hide inside the farmhouse.
Those crops probably aren't doing too well then.
Yeah. Not even sure where the retaliation's supposed to be coming from.
Mm. Took a while to...
Yeah, they only just got here.
on that side?
No, the soldiers only just got here. Like,
Oh, yeah,
from...
on the other side here.
Oh! I see the fight. Flying greed. Huh. They all tactically decided to run back. It's interesting.
All is being rebuilt.
How peaceful.
Does that satisfy?
Alright, farmers are starting to harvest.
Okay. A new wave of crops. Fresh herbs and spices planted.
Enjoying some of those delicious herbs. Hey there, Bucky. I said that right after I took a dab. I'm sorry, hon.
Hello there, Bucky. It's me, thy fish.
It's this game. Yeah. Kingdom. Kingdom Classic.
Kingdom 2 Classic.
True.
The kingdom with 2 crowns.
Why am I full of yawns? I've only been up for 14 hours. It's not that long.
Only.
Yeah,
Oh,
only.
was it
Most.
Rico? Yes.
Whoa! Most people are up for like 18 hours.
O ye of so little faith. Night call. Arise. Cover. Good night. Love you.
He's a keeper.
He's definitely a keeper. I am blessed to have met Nico.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
Oh, those fire barrels are so good. That's a good fire barrel right there.
Real spicy. Going to be cutting out anything except for a supply of rabbits on the left side if I build up another wall.
Possibly. Wildlife kind of remains throughout the all 4 seasons, but plant life doesn't. So like if you leave deep forests, then you continue to get deer year round. Rabbits and
I just
chickens
think
tend
you
to only be
extend this a
spring and
little bit
summer.
further out.
Yeah.
We don't need to extend too much further out. I'm pretty sure we can take on the rest of these portals without too much issue.
Yeah. How's your day going, Bucky? Wow, that was very slurred. How is your day going, Bucky?
Yes, Bucky. Tell us all the juicy details of your day.
Elaborate to us what dog in a box brain do for Bucky.
Triple arches. Nice.
Actually, that's a good
Join the
idea.
army, they said. See the world, they said.
Finally
I'd
burned out on
rather be
Baldur's Gate.
sailing.
Don't rock the boat. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I took time off from Baldur's Gate today. Just a bit, yeah. Because I can easily see myself just continuing to chop up boxes and playing Steal Everything Simulator, but it does get a little tiring after a while.
Heading off to the west.
Oh, all right. Doing so as night falls is like ballsy as hell. Because it means you're still gonna have to deal with a raid without any walls on the way out.
But it's like the furthest out portal now, so
True.
it'll take him most of the day to get there. I figure
Let's see.
I figure they should be able to manage. Ooh, took a hit.
Yep, they're good. I ran right in front of them to throw coins at the squires because I didn't know if they'd been paid yet or not, or if they're going out there with 1 health. It was the escape that you needed there for a minute. I feel that. I I did so much internal planning today for getting like VOD work done and didn't actually get anything done aside from like mental organization. I moved a bunch of stuff, found out that I'd already moved it earlier in a different spot, had to delete like a few hundred gig of data.
Youchie.
Uh,
That reminds me to download my recent VODs. Thanks.
Good, yes. Everybody, go take your meds and go download your VODs. This is since half my community is other content creators. Go take your meds and go download your
Also,
VODs.
save that project you've got open. Make sure you save
Yeah,
that.
save your project if you're in Unity or Blender right now. If you're in VRoid, don't worry about it. It's going to crash on you anyways. And refill your water. Refill your water.
And remember, copious amounts of fish. All right, we're at this portal.
I think that's part of why I'm like fairly comfortable with just talking constantly on the air about uh just content creation, development, dev work because everybody else is also doing the same thing. I'm usually second monitor content for other people doing their work. These squires are going at it.
You sure are. I need to give my model a little bit more movement.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's-
retaliation begin.
There's a certain amount of like well, don't do that. Of rigidity that I had to apply to mine that was like counter to what a lot of recommendations are for setting up your VTuber. But that's because I'm very animated. Like I actually move around and I'm actively
Oh,
puppeteering with
we're
my head
losing-
on purpose.
We're
What's up?
losing that fight.
Oh no! Oh no! Ran out of
The
coins.
retaliation
Oh no!
ended
Shoot.
up overwhelming everything.
Yeah, the timing on that was bad.
Oh. Got look
Let's
around.
hope-
Oh, that's nice. The buff is pretty good.
Oh wow! Just ignores incoming damage for a lot of them.
A few of those archers actually took some hits, but didn't drop their weapon.
That's handy. Farmer's got a bunch of extra money here, so we'll be able to rebuild the knights pretty quickly. I'm making my way back to the town to do so. Oh yeah, both shields are gone.
New employee. Some of these peasants are coming back with some money.
Alright, that should replace those squires.
Nope. Oh, there's a peasant going out to, I think, get that bow? I'm not sure what he was doing. He turned around.
Oh yeah, if the threat's been neutralized, they'll go back out and fight on their own.
But I think it's just going back for a bow. It was left from the battle.
All right, I've filled up one bread shop.
Money. Hey, 37. You already paid for them. Do you know if the Twitch VODs have the same file name if you accidentally try to download them twice?
Yes, because you define the name of the file when you download them. So, like, you might end up seeing parenthesis 1 in your downloads history. So, depending on your browser, it'll be like either Control J or Control Shift J for history in most cases. Just want to avoid duplicates. Also, something that like I ended up having pointed out to me, if your bitrate is set to the defaults in OBS, they may be broadcasting at 8,000 kbps, which is not necessary. You can drop,
6,000 should be more than enough, but it really
yeah,
depends on the game as well.
yeah. In my
But
case, 2,500, and my ridiculously long 8-hour VODs are now only like 6 gig.
oh,
That's why. That's why I point that out. Makes a huge difference in maintaining the library.
man, we haven't even started the boat yet. You finished the freestanding portal or the?
They got the dockside portal. I've already got the first level of lighthouse up. The In fact, I'll
Thanks,
actually go get the
thanks
other
plus
one.
N.
Plus N.
They did thanks, but they forgot the N.
Oh, I was trying to
Thanks
translate that
plus
into
N.
my head as like a thumbs up symbol.
There's a peasant coming along. Crunch, crunch. Night. Blankets the day.
I don't think I even bothered trying to set up any kind of archer's tower out here. I just destroyed that portal and then, yep. There's a bunch of rabbits hopping out here.
Hip hop, hibbity hibbity hop. Seems like a rather peaceful night. That moon's jetting along the sky.
Did you end up defeating the portal? No, you didn't.
No, I didn't quite get that far.
Thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you, Dan, for setting it up.
Dan is the man and a half.
Best blue hamster I know.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Good. Money. big. A lot of archers running out. A lot of archers around.
As nature intended.
Anything spawns in this grassy spot. It's just our arrows shall blot out the sky.
The trees take money. It takes 1 coin to mark a tree to cut it down, and then on average trees will drop 2 coins, sometimes upwards of 4.
Rabbits win.
Oh,
Rabbits
hey,
win.
that's some greed.
Ooh. Ooh. You doing it right there?
Yeah.
All right.
Although I only realized now that at some point the dog got eaten. Hasn't been barking for a while.
Sag. Ooh. I'm sure it's been giving its own private room in the portal.
Uh-huh.
It's living its best life.
I mean, when you go defeat the Heart of Darkness in a given portal that has kidnapped like one of the hermits or the dog, that shows the dog or the hermit being shot out at the end like they're being fired from a cannon. Like, it's very cartoony.
It sounds very cartoony. Well. Is it already after 2?
Hmm?
Oh, we're already at 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. We're almost at funny
Ah.
magical number.
Oh my. This game just takes you.
They do. It's good at that.
Last time I looked at the clock, it was like somewhere between 12 and 12:30. Now it's 2 hours later. And Redstone was on the next island, hopefully, wouldn't it be?
Mm-hmm. Time flies when you're regal.
Did you send them out?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I was thinking, oh, I'll send them out.
Nope, way ahead of you.
Brainwaves. Oh well. You constructed a wall.
I wish that we could just like assign these other mounts to some of the squires. Give them some extra combat capability.
Bunny, no. Poor dear. Ah, okay.
Squires really do take a while to get out here. Wow. And here come the green. Party. I'm so glad I just paid them. Jeez. Oh, hey. What's up, game lag? The game did not like what just happened. Well, we survived. We, did not, the fight did not survive, but
Did you still keep your crown?
yeah, I got to keep the crown. And the engineers even. Like, the fight was fully repelled. That was the weird part. It's just everybody ran off in opposite directions.
Huh. It got dark. Yeah. Ooh. Is that Blood Moon music?
I don't know.
No, it's not. No, it's not quite as spooky as Blood Moon music.
Just spooky evening music.
Ooh. Those on that side, which probably doesn't do us too well. But was that a stretch?
And I dropped my vape.
Oh, no. Not the vape.
The vape.
XL.
We
Day
on
40.
day extra large.
Here's some of those ones that were lost from that battle. Is there anything else that's built from the cliffside portal? After it's fallen?
Nope. That's what marks like an island is being done, is rescuing all the things and destroying the cliffside portal.
What does the lighthouse give?
When you go to an island, if there isn't a lighthouse, the ship breaks and you have to rebuild it each time.
Ah. Also, that portal is still up, so I suppose I'll... rush on back to base.
Uh,
There?
uh.
Doesn't sound terribly tasty.
Beep it up, bop, 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 bop.
A lot of clear space now. I think we should try to keep the rest of our trees if we can.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to create a new front for specifically assaulting the portal back there. deep.
Thank you, sir, for the money.
Wonder why my avatar's so wiggly tonight, with me sitting still. 3 raiders from
Tiglath.
Tiglath have joined. Welcome in.
Hello, Tiglath. There's Dan. And probably my next guest is Buster. Again.
Yeah.
Be anybody. Whoa! Walk past the guards over here, suddenly money. I'm overflowing with money now.
Good.
There's more to be collected over there.
Alright.
Much more over there. Let's go all the way, way over here to send out the raid. The raid, Shadow Legends, which I've had offers for that so many times now.
Only just discovered today that you can play fetch with Scratch. Yes. And doing so results in you eventually getting fun prizes.
I'm assuming that was Baldur's Gate 3.
Mm. Yeah, Bucky's been playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, I can send it out now. Nice.
There's so many archers.
Roaming around instead of populating the towers.
Right there, I'll make another wall.
Cool.
Oh, here come the greed. Time to be harassed. Are you ready? Listen ready. Jesus. Alright.
It's nighttime. Very nice.
Having that one archer out here has helped. Oh, Valdu just went live. Nice. Now there's a portal that leads from the front to the city.
Nice.
Still needs constructed, but it's both points have now been built. They're just it's a process.
Oh, hey, look, cleared. Yes,
Yay.
very nice. The stone gently lifts up into the sky. And
Slams
then
into the
a
wall.
portal. At what used to be a portal. Because for some reason I cannot use that portal.
The other side hasn't been finished yet.
Ah,
Like, it's been set down, but it's
Oh, there we
still
go.
being constructed.
well, that's nice. That's a nice portal. I like that portal. Yeah, we should have gone over towards that boat and got that going if we hadn't already.
I am snagging a screenshot of this. This is so pretty. Where is my gaming channel? I gotta stick this in
I
there.
might actually be able to do this, and it'll actually save a screenshot. Oh no, it's probably not going to do that, is it? Brr. Kingdom. 2 crowns. It did actually save a screenshot of the actual screen for once. Instead of being, the annoying pain where it takes a screenshot of my second screen. Not my
Oh,
primary
yeah.
one, no, my second screen. Why, Shadowplay, why? Oh, what are you doing? For why doth thou foul me so? I.
Boat tower. Waiting on those squires.
So you wanted some money? Don't be luring it into me.
Waiting on the folks from this side. United, we are stronger.
There are people on that side.
Oh, I guess not. Which means I need to fix that.
Then they're just going to throw the money straight back at me.
Mm-hmm.
Ga-ding, ga-ding. I am kind of curious. How is it that the boat ends up not just crashed into the shore, but somewhere along the island, in the middle of nowhere?
I mean, the river runs along the side of the island for the whole map.
I mean, true, but there's a decent lip that they have to get up and over.
I don't know. They just like pull all the parts up there and scream at it for a while.
I suppose that makes sense. I can accept that explanation.
I wave torches at deer and then they give me hearts. I haven't eaten deer heart in so long. Okay, so the extra set of knights come through here.
Um, been dinging the bell for a while now. And you dinged it one more time.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding.
Many archers.
Construction band.
Bum, 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 ba-da-ba-da-dum, ba-bum.
Why is your deer walking?
The dancing.
It's on a treadmill. It's on a
Yeah.
treadmill. It's powering the boat. I'll take this as a quick, brief break.
Yeah, this is a good point to take a break. I'm gonna do the same. Everybody else, go refill your water, use the restroom, stretch your legs. Intermission. It's intermission time. I hit magic buttons that do magic things.
Hello. Ellie, hello there. You come in while we're in the middle of a little bit of a intermission. How's your day, Ellie? Hopefully you're feeling better than yesterday. At best.
Hmm?
Yeah. Elite Kesu has arrived in my stream.
Ooh. Oh, oh.
How are you prepared for the next island?
Yeah. Probably called after this island, though.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Hello. We got Better Call Saul coming up too. So
Oh yes, yes, that. It's in a couple of hours, or a little later. I don't know. Ding 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 ding. I found camp.
found a camp and a
Oh,
portal.
base camp.
I found encampment.
I suppose I may as well get these going. Do, 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 do. Tent established.
Permit require. That takes me to the dockside portal. Running.
Okay. Base established.
Cliff is to the west.
Ah, you went west?
I went east.
Okay.
I hit the dock.
Right. A dragon, not far from base.
Ooh. In fact,
Found
honestly,
encampment.
nothing of note to the east. Can kind of ignore that side. There's one
Gem
little
chest.
encampment, and that's it.
I need to start clearing out some stuff and building up extra towers, I think. It was 4. No, it's 3 gems. Okay, I can throw that to there.
I got more gems over here too.
Dragon hatched.
Yay! If we build a stable on some farmland, you can hire the dragon for only 3 coins.
Oh, right, I did do that. That's nice. Need to remember that while I was on break, my headset was noting low power.
Oh no.
I'll plug that in. In a momentum. Uh, defense is successful. Ellie, were you streaming at all this weekend? I'd expect that to be a no, but very quiet night.
Indeed. Cut your bitrate to 3000 kbps. Was it 6000? See how that does. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, I hope that helps out. I hope that reduces the overall size of the VODs. Because, like, that made a huge difference on my end. Hope you can stream this
We can
weekend.
stream this weekend. I'll try TikTok streaming. Okay.
How does TikTok streaming work? I'm curious about that.
Another tower. No money. Do you have any flowing water on that side?
We already have 2 farmlands set.
Right. Have you seen? There she is. Probably need to bring out the
Certain
wall, don't we,
followers.
for the farmers? There's some money right there.
Yeah, a deer just got shot as I was walking by.
And he says you have to have a certain amount of followers and be over 18. After that, you can stream from your phone. But if you are on really good terms with TikTok, you can stream from your computer.
Oh,
Interesting.
I didn't even know that was an option. That's really cool.
I was never really a fan of TikTok's website design. I think that's a fairly standard sort of opinion.
Yeah. I don't think I really have a whole lot of intent to ever move to that platform. I just no real desire for that, but you never know.
So, are you set up well enough with TikTok? Fun fact,
Yep.
Twitch allows multi-stream with phone apps like TikTok, so you can do both.
You can multicast to non-desktop primary services as per the affiliate contract, but it's very weirdly granular about that. So, although TikTok is okay, Instagram Reels is not, even though Instagram is a mobile platform, because it can primarily be now viewed from desktop. Same goes for YouTube Shorts. That's why you can't simulcast between Twitch and YouTube. Close to 86,000. Wow.
Just
That's awesome.
86,000. That is impressive. I must say, I am impressed.
That's some serious clout. Wow, this area turned barren.
Mm. Was the farmers out? Which we can now get some farmers going. Quiet night, very nice. It'd be difficult to get some money going here.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't push on trying to make our outer wall any further out.
Archer going to that tower, nice. Farmers starting up.
Good.
Now we can get some money this close to the place. That's good. Right. I'll set up another tower.
Heyo.
Hey,
Listen what I say. Alright. Got a gold chest and found the redstone, but you're gonna need another gold chest to open that redstone.
why do you need another chest to open the redstone?
Need
Just
more
for
gold.
money?
Yeah.
Right. This gentleman here, what's he used for?
I don't remember if that's the one that makes more knights or allows us to upgrade the wall to summon people from one side of the battlefield to the other.
Uh-huh. A small harvest has been complete. Surprise! Keep you Samantha fish. Okay, nice. We're getting a reasonable harvest from our farm. Correction. How many followers then? Close to 90,000.
Nice. Uh-oh. I got greed about to
I-
attack me on my way through here. That sucks. Oh well. We made it through.
I'm impressed there, Ellie. You've done really well. Need money?
I'm like broke now, but it's not all the way. We need farmers and all that. So
Look at this tower upgraded. Have some farmers waiting in town.
yeah, they wait any given night. Blood moon.
Ooh.
We don't have stone walls. Yeah, bunnies. The bunnies are cute.
The bunnies are a good source of protein. I mean, gold.
This makes you want to play the Fenrir challenge because
Jeez.
you get the best hunting mount in the game.
Um, might be able to upgrade this one in time.
Need to get walls that aren't wood. God.
They decided an upgrade, I think.
Yep. On the east side, that one's good. That one's good. All right, need to do the west side. Get in the west side.
Upgrade.
Nice. Thank you for getting that.
Too late.
God, I wish we had the baker.
Here they come. those builders busy.
Got an attack on that side. What about this side? It's just that side. Looks like
Oh,
this will
we
be a
Big guy in.
blessing.
That would be fine. That part of the that part of the wall is not even there. Lost one archer, but he came back to get a new bow.
I love it when they're ingenuitive like that.
Really? Got it.
Nice.
Oh, but it's not finished. The event's not finished yet. We got anything on this side?
Nothing. It's clear. It's probably just lagging.
Yeah, one straggler.
Oh, I must have upset them. Yeah. I'll walk too far forward.
All right.
More farmers.
All re-established. Excellent.
This one archer has shot every bunny in the area.
True hunter. Have I mentioned how beautiful this game is?
I don't know.
Okay, we have that portal here. For redstone, no money here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 20 gold all up.
That's right, there was nothing of note over here. It's just that one encampment before the portal. And then after that, it's another portal and another portal, and that's it. There's nothing else on the eastern front. And on the western, it's just the redstone.
We have a... Kind of need the farms at the point.
We have 3 farms right now.
We do?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. This one over here is doing pretty well. It's probably the smallest one out of the 3.
It's the only one. We
Oh,
don't
it's
have
decent.
we don't have enough people to populate all the farms yet.
Ah, right. That one. Where's this near? Where is the nearest wall that we can build out this way? Not sure if there's a map.
Well, I feel like a fool. I just sent a single knight out to this. But it is a peaceful night. I guess this is doable.
Okay. I'm going to upgrade that tower and get a wall established out this way. Then I'm going to set up the stable.
It is snowy. Everything just got hard.
Welcome to hard mode. I played Life on Hard Mode because I can't find the settings. Just lucky. Where's the settings tab? Haven't found it yet.
Don't worry, just keep mashing buttons. You'll find it eventually.
Where's there any key? We got those berries now too. That's our farming. Should get it to wooden. Oh.
Portal defeated.
Oh no. Oh no.
I spent too much of my money on that fight. I only have half of what I need for the redstone. That's my goal now, is that we get the redstone before we die.
Yeah. I set up a wall on the right side to the east. I'm not sure how long it's going to stand with the retaliation. Looks like we're okay. Like the retaliation is only from the west.
Haven't even seen it yet.
The bunny is being protected by the wall.
Ooh. Well.
And we have spears now.
Good, we're gonna need them.
How are you for money?
No longer enough to buy the redstone again.
Enough to get the stable?
Where's the stable at?
Right near the spears. I've got the... Are you gonna that back?
Wait, did they actually repel the fight here? Oh, no, here comes more greed.
Oh. Oh no.
Yep. I don't know if they'll finish that stable before the big green attack.
Uh, hmm.
Alright, we got the stable.
Uh, yeah, I don't think we're going to survive this. Yeah, well, there goes Mac around.
Alright. We got the stables, we got the city center upgrade. I'd say that we could call this a decent second attempt at the monarchy. Especially after losing the game to a glitch. Like, we would have finished the game by now. The game didn't want to work with us today.
What a glitch that was.
Yeah, like last island, everything fairly maxed out, ready to go take the fight to them, and then no. Oh, there goes the lizard. Might actually be able to take on the greed now.
How do you get to the end of the game? Well, as you see, we progress between... Oh, this tower's still going. You go through several different islands, and then... Actually, you're better off explaining it.
As you start on the first playthrough, like we did with today's session here, you start a timer for each passing day, and with each passing day, the game throws progressively higher difficulty enemies at you. The idea is to try and get all the way to the final island, where the game has escalated 5 times over, in addition to however long it takes you to get there. And with whatever equipment, money, mounts, and so on that you've got, and try to beat that island. Why won't it let me take the dragon? That's strange.
Okay, that freed them. Okay.
But mainly you're trying to save the islands. You're trying to stop the greed. I have 3 coins.
I have nothing.
Yeah.
What I could do with it.
I'm not sure what can be done.
Can you get the ground back? Yes. Your assisting player can spend 8 coins to get the crown back.
Yeah.
To forge it back. And
I need to convince more deer to sacrifice themselves that I may forge a crown from the deer. Okay. Alright, now I should be able
so
to...
it's more than enough.
Yeah. Let's get it. Oh, God.
Get in. Get in. Get in.
There you go.
Repelled. Success.
I have the dragon!
You have the dragon.
I have the dragon! Which means the deer is free if you want to have a faster mount.
I think the extra defense on units probably better off. Oh hey, a bear.
A bear has arrived. Yeah, the stables is pretty nice.
There's a bear in there. Oh, gems. It burnt to death.
Love it. Love the dragon. Dragon good. There's so many people here. This is where the deer would have been helpful. I have made a folly.
Is but a momentary setback. Constructing farmland is now no longer usable, isn't it?
Yeah, as soon as the ice sets in. We're not quite there, but we're probably at the last harvest, last one or two. Fire does not damage the portal. An attempt was made.
Okay, we have squires on this side at least. There's these berries now. Ooh. I cannot employ someone with a gem.
Here, now you extra work for me.
Goofy archer, can't even. We need to get a. Do we need farmers for the berries?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, these spearmen are so great. Loves me some spearmen.
Another person. You are now employed. Look at the. There you go. Several spearmen over this side. That's good.
Yeah, we're lucky that they managed to stick around over there because they're kind of our only steady income right now.
That's right. They get the fish.
Mm-hmm. And they're completely unaffected by the weather with that. 2 engineers about to rebuild a wall.
Nice.
Maybe not. Damn the greed.
Oh,
I'm fine.
I heard the chime. You got
Yep.
your crown.
I got my crown. You burned all the greed down.
Burn, burn, burn to the ground, burn, burn to the ground, burn.
I have populated the berry bushes, so if we get one farmer, they'll be able to start getting berries.
Yeah, we have a berry bush right by our base,
Nice.
and a farmer is beginning to harvest. Construction is beginning again as well.
Yay! Didn't expect to have any kind of comeback. Not bad.
Get
Well,
that wall up again. As a precaution. We have berries on the eastern side, so the eastern side.
nice. Wall is back up on this side.
Accidentally, get a piece of fish. A moderate volume of fish.
Just hired a bunch of people.
Nice. One running over this way, probably to get another spear. Saw 2 spearmen get fish. That's quite a lot of people. Yeah, we need to upgrade the town hall. Berry bushes resupplied.
Yeah, need to be cautious about the spearmen because they're only gonna populate on the eastern front. They won't go to the west. You have to have them built from the western spearmen thing, and we need more stone walls for that to be an option.
Archers are now heading to the west.
Nice. Almost have all the people hired back that are hanging out in this village. Here comes the green.
Reed on the eastern front.
Reed on the west. So we got these ones handled though. Yep.
Does the dragon eat people's snacks?
The dragon's sun gazes to recover its power. It's cute. It like yawn. I repopulated the bush. Bush reloaded.
Bushes again reloaded.
I do that and people look at me funny. You do sun gazing? Or you repopulate the bush?
The sun, thank you. So, this horse's stamina can be out. You can still do the buff.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's on its own timer, it seems.
Hmm.
Oh, this one just caught 2 in a row.
Oh.
3 in a row. Just depopulating the river.
Don't mind us. Reloading bushes.
So close.
I love how
That
this
tower
lizard's
upgraded.
scampering.
Nice.
It walks so fast.
Mm.
This is a run.
It's even faster than my run. They still building. Nice. Very nice.
Like, just as powerful as a fire barrel, but it's your mouth.
If a couple builders aren't going your way. Another one. You see that rabbit? No, you don't see that rabbit.
Remember to reload your bushes.
Oh, the music has changed to a more wintry sort of theme. Fishy.
Oh, it has. I was sitting here listening to my No Thoughts Head Empty playlist.
Nice. This should give me enough. bushes are only outside the city limits, right?
Yeah, only outside the walls.
It would be a hazard to build any further out, I suppose. Starting to get a excess supply of people now.
Dang, still short on this.
Very much resupplied. Do we have many towers out this to the west? Out this way.
No, there's the portal's in the way, and I don't want to try and attack it until we have at least 3 squires, if not knights. So preferably after the redstone, because it's right here. We just need to afford it. We keep running out of money because I'm having to do other maintenance stuff for the rest of the city.
Yeah, we've got a bit of money here, so we can probably almost get there.
Nice. Let's see.
It is just
Ah!
recently night, so burn, burn. Not fully certain how profitable these first bushes are.
They make so much money.
Yeah, but these first ones don't seem to be giving us too much.
No, they are. I've been using them to maintain the
Uh-huh.
You've had an entire
Oh.
built military on the Eastern Front. I've been running on scraps and bubblegum over
Well,
here.
I came over this way, and while I was
Oh.
going out, I resupplied that first bush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been using
And then
it.
when you came back, not very long after, you just resupplied it. I'm
Mhm.
like,
Because it's so
I
close to
left.
the village, the farmers are able to access it and like harvest from it more
Oh,
than
okay.
once.
I must not have seen you pick up the money from them. That must have been it.
Yeah. Here's everything else back after getting redstone.
Alright.
So we now have access to that.
Oh,
Next
sweet.
playthrough, no matter what, like level 1, this can be reloaded. I have no
Again?
money.
Okay, that's what that buff looks like. Or something, I don't know.
Yay. Whoa. Yeah, these farmers are. This is how much
Yep,
money
okay.
one bush makes.
Yeah, okay. It must need a bit of time after they've been harvested.
I'm quite
Oh,
happy
wow.
for that.
Where did all that money come from?
That was me trying to pay for this thing with what I got from the bush, and now the taxman's eating it. Thank you, taxman. You're so helpful. Scoop it up, 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 up.
What if I... Okay, that should be enough. Okay, upgrade done.
Yay! I
I got
just
the money back
watched
from the
it.
tax man.
Yeah, I watched the gem person summon when you did that.
Nice.
That was cool. Buying a catapult over here.
Smash that away.
All the soldiers have like just a little bit of money up here because of the spearmen.
Nice. Oh, why did they suddenly run off? I thought you were over here.
Oh, a scamper.
Yep, trebuchet is being rolled out. Fire barrels.
Ooh. All right, we can hire squires.
They've got enough to hire at least one of them. Did you lose any gems to the greed?
No, I gave them to you.
We should have enough to go pull them out when we need to. Oh, you swapped. Okay, I might grab the dragon while you have that.
Yeah.
LIV 54.
Oh. So many deer.
Right. Interesting.
Running past a portal.
Berry bush. Money. Need more money.
Skibidi-bop-ba-ba-da-bop-bop. Skibidi-bop-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bop. Skibidi-bop-ba-ba-da-bop-bop.
Rab's like, this is fine.
There's not enough archers.
Pretty well supplied for spearmen.
Okay, so I'll say it again. All of the people Like I want you to look at the western front versus the eastern front. How many people are on this side of the castle? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. There's 10 here.
So what you're telling me is to stop being over this side and start helping that side.
It's the issue is the spearmen. When you do spearmen, it doesn't split it evenly like it does with the archers or the engineers. It only does it to that side.
We should take
Hmm?
away the berries. Should we build out this way so that we can get some spearmen on this side?
That is our main source of income right now. What we need to do is hire archers instead of spearmen.
Okay. Supply of arrows has been done.
Yeah, I can't. I've lost count multiple times walking to the Eastern Front. Holy cow, the number of people over here.
There's actually so many people over that side now that they're starting to garrison at the
Uh-huh.
previous walls. So, if there's money from this side, I guess.
I mean, alternatively, we go attack a portal on the Western Front, and then, I mean, even then we won't be able to defend if the retaliation happens on the Western Front. So yeah, we have to build this out. Ugh.
Well, at least this side should be able to defend itself. Maybe.
Yeah, I would hope so. Our whole population's over there.
I had a couple extra people coming back for more bows and such. Is the same for the farmers?
No, farmers will automatically split. Um, Everything besides the spearmen or their equivalents, so the berserkers in the Norse, the ninjas in Shogun, and I think the spearmen are the same in Dreadlands as they are in this.
Okay, we're starting to get some archers for the squires.
Nice. That works. There we go. Was that a deer?
I think so. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Yeah, for some reason that forces the AI to acknowledge. I don't know why.
All repaired.
Humanity restored. Lesser evil felled.
Double press run. Dragon raises head to sky and opens mouth. Sunlight consumed.
He's the sun.
The sun is the source of all my power. It
Have you-
cannot go out.
Have you played Sunless Sea?
No, I don't believe so.
If you can get past the way that combat plays in that game, the story is so good.
Bringing a small amount of wealth to the west.
Western Wealth. Hoi, Western Wealth Associate. So many deer.
A little more archers. Oof. Money.
Short by 3.
That's okay. I'll get that.
Free upgrades for everything.
Very nice. Imagine being the tax man in there. Suddenly everything just disappears and gets rebuilt around you. I was in bed.
Suddenly it's a much nicer bed, though.
Oh, they gotta build them all.
Oh, yeah. This messes with the walls and stuff.
It looks like it's going to be a
Peaceful night, though.
going
The
to be a
moon's
night.
just flying.
burned. They took something then.
They dropped the bow. It's right here in the bushes.
Hmm. That was one, but I think the other one managed to make off with whatever it took.
Hmm.
Whoosh. Still supplied. Now we should be fine. We should all build in a reasonable time.
Oh yeah, I mean they're doing the biggest tower first, so that's going to be the thing that takes the longest.
Archers are being recalled to that tower. Goodness me.
I think I might need to call it. Every
Yeah.
time I look over, it's an hour later, and we're still no closer.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Even
This-
I did say that I was very keen on having a much shorter stream, and here we
Mhm.
are at 5.5 hours.
Yeah, we should call it. This was
Yes.
good though. This was good. Thank you so much for doing a collab stream with me. I had a lot of fun.
Yes, yes. Me too. Yeah. A lot of fun. It was good.
Over here.
Yes, I did. Guess what? You're suddenly behind me.
I'm behind you.
There you are.
Behind you?
There we are. On my screen,
Oh.
I had intermittently misplaced everyone in the wrong order.
I see, I see.
And guess what? I also don't have that source on this one.
Let's,
Uh,
right, I'm gonna set this up for doing
existing.
a raid over to Valdude.
Oop,
Well done.
oopsie.
Yeah, thank you everybody for dropping in tonight. Thank you so much for all those that hung out in the chat and all those that were sitting in the background, everybody that ends up watching the VOD. Super appreciate all of you. I'm gonna get going because we got some community stuff that we're gonna be doing later. So yeah. We'll see you
Dan
folks
says,
soon.
you said you wouldn't be live by the time he got home. Whoops.
Thank you, Dan, for hitting that green glow dog raid. Let's
Woo.
let's all go party over with Valdudes. See you all soon. Koi, thank you so much. I'm gonna drop out of voice.
Uh, um,
Yeah?
a fish decided to remain on screen
Oh, interesting.
right in front of my face. Yuna has managed to make it back. Thank you for stream. Thank you for coming back. And Milky. Oh. I should set up. Dan, you suddenly back home, and here I am, raiding. Yuna's here. We'll send my people over to Jufa. Jufa raid.
Good night,
XDD.
everyone.
Sandwife.
Oh God.
Good night, Sandwife.
Good
Nice
night.
to play with you.
Yeah. Bye.
Oopsies.